Gary, let's just wait a few minutes. The attendees, the number is increasing quite a lot, actually. Right? We're about close to 30 right now.
That's fine. I don't plan on taking the full 10 minutes anyway. So.
Okay, I guess we can start going. We're at about almost 40, 37, I think, right now. Okay, so good morning, everybody, and welcome to the to our US climate modeling workshop on predictability limits arising from model and prediction system challenges. And our first speaker is Gary Gernhardt. Gary, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So welcome, everybody. I think this is an exciting event like it is every year. I shouldn't say about this time, but in the beginning, it was more in April. It's been segueing more to May or June in the past few years, mainly because of COVID. But about 6 or 7 years ago, the US Global Change Research Program had a discussion to figure out how we could get the 6 climate modeling centers to discuss their plans, ideas for coordination and collaboration. And as part of those discussions, we launched an annual event called the Climate Modeling Summit. And I think it was either within the first or second year, we added a workshop that would be adjacent to the summit. And that's what this is all about today. We have a workshop for the next 3 days on Earth system predictability, which will segue into a smaller group of us during the summit on Thursday. I might add that OSTP launched a topic that they wanted to at least build some type of strategy on. This was about 2 years ago on Earth system predictability. That influenced the choice for today's workshop. And I might say that several agencies are pushing their own agendas that will need to be coordinated through USGCRP and also the group today. For example, DOE has a project called AI for ESP, or Artificial Intelligence for Earth System Predictability. You'll hear more about that over the next months. NOAA established an AI center. NSF has a center in Oklahoma. But it's, let's say the momentum is there to at least look at Earth system predictability in the broad sense, looking at physics and other analytical approaches where we can kind of move the bar to the next level. I think at this point, anything I say is just going to slow everything down. And I'm going to say welcome to everybody. This is an exciting week for us. I have to acknowledge everybody in the Northwest who's calling in. It's quite brutal conditions out there. So I hope you stay cool in several ways. And at this point, I'm going to pass the baton back to Gökhan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary. We just have a few last minute registrations, Todd. If you can send them the link, including Jin Huang, he actually just registered, I think. So if you can just send her the link and a few others. So again, okay, so I'll put my slides up. So hopefully you can see my slides. And good morning, everybody, again. And Suzanne and myself, Gökhan Danabashoğlu from NCAR, and Suzanne Bowers from NASA, we are the co-chairs of the US Climate Modeling Summit and the workshop this year. And we would like to also welcome you to the workshop. As I said, as Gary indicated, every year we have a topical workshop associated with the Climate Modeling Summit. And this year we're focusing on predictability limits arising from model and prediction system challenges. This has been already mentioned by Gary. The topic for the workshop was decided on about a year ago, roughly a year ago. And it was partly based on interests of the 6 US climate modeling centers, but also essentially it was based on the prediction or predictability focus of the Fast Track Action Committee on Earth System Predictability Research and Development of the National Science and Technology Council. And I believe Anarita will say a few words about this thing. They published a report, and several of the, I believe, authors of this report are in the audience today. The report was published in October of last year, and they identified several goals in that report. In particular, goal number 3, calling for accelerated exploration and effective use of inherent Earth system predictability through advanced modeling, was listed, and it actually coincides. It is matching the topic of this particular workshop. I don't want to go over the objectives that were listed associated with this goal, and I believe this report is available on the website. People can download and take a look at it. In that report, furthermore, they identified several areas of opportunity. And our workshop closely aligns with opportunity area number 5, with the title of Advanced Modeling and Technology and Enhanced Collaboration. In that report, they listed or bulletized several interest areas or opportunity areas. They ranged from integration of machine learning techniques or artificial intelligence for the predictability purposes, reducing model errors, exploring signal-to-noise ratio, or the so-called paradox with large ensembles, increasingly integrating biosphere and human systems in Earth system modeling, enhancing computational infrastructure and efficiency for extensive modeling explorations, use of data assimilation, and the last bullet in particular is relevant for us here also, advancing coordination and collaboration for Earth system modeling to understand and harness predictability. So what we have done is we have contacted the modeling center representatives and asked them what they would be interested in from their modeling center activity point of view, looking at various aspects of predictability. And then what they would be interested in, the topics, and particularly what they would be interested in collaborating with other modeling centers. So nicely, actually, we converged on 2 sort of more specific workshop topics that are naturally interrelated. And the first one is impacts of model errors, biases, and resolution on predictability, including ARC and aerosol-cloud infractions that can limit predictability. And the second topic, again, related to the first one, is signal-to-noise ratio or paradox and role of large ensembles. So modeling centers indicated that they would be interested in these topics. And as you can see from the agenda for this workshop, there will be emphasis areas. They cover predictability, impacts of these challenges on predictability of extreme events, such as heat waves, precipitation, droughts, hurricanes, and atmospheric rivers, to list a few. And on purpose, we left the timescale of interest open. It is from weather, essentially, and subseasonal timescales all the way to decadal and longer timescales. And our goal is essentially to narrow these topics and also timescales by the end of the workshop so that we can essentially focus coordinated studies. So just to, what we are expecting essentially as outcomes of this particular workshop is The first goal is, of course, is the exchange of information among the modeling centers with input from several community members that we have attending the workshop. And the modeling centers will be providing updates from their groups with respect to the predictability and prediction work that they have been doing. We would like to identify one or perhaps two research topics that would use perhaps new coordinated experiments and or perform analysis of existing CMIP5 and CMIP6 simulations in large ensembles. And these would include, of course, both initialized and uninitialized large ensembles. And if we can come up with these one or two research topics, then the goal would be essentially accomplish several, maybe one or two collaborative publications roughly within 1 year time scale. That is before the next climate modeling workshop or climate modeling summit. So with that, I don't want to take too much time, and we can have more discussion time for the workshop. So just a few reminders. I just want to indicate that the workshop is being recorded, and that's why we need your signed and returned consent forms so that essentially we can post those on YouTube and people can watch it later. And if you can also please send your presentations for posting on the workshop's website. And for now, we are keeping these, we will be essentially making them available only to the workshop participants, not to the general audience. But if people think that we should make them available to the general audience, we can do so too, but we need your consent to do that. And then I would like to also request that please stay within your allocated time, because, as you know, this is a virtual workshop and people are going back and forth between, I'm guessing, multiple meetings. So each presenter is allocated 25 minutes. However, please use only around 20 minutes of that time, and please allow at least 4 to 5 minutes for Q&A, and as well as transition to the next speaker. So I will stop here. I have additional information for later this afternoon about the sort of nature of the breakout groups, and we'll go from there, I guess. Okay. Any particular questions at this point? Okay, so we are running ahead of schedule, which is good. And our next speaker is Anurita Mariotti from, you can see her background from the White House. And I have her presentation here. She'll be talking about Earth System Predictability Research and Development, Interagency Strategy and Roadmap. Just a minute, Anurita.
Well, Gokhan, while you do that, in the interest of time, I can start blabbing. That's okay with you?
Sure.
Yeah, so hi, everyone. Great to be here with you all. I see a lot of familiar faces, friends and colleagues from my time at NOAA and before that as well. So really thank you for the invitation to speak to you at this US Climate Modeling Summit and its workshop on predictability. This is an important annual event, now in its 7th year. It convenes government leaders and experts to discuss high priority topics for the US Climate Modeling Centers. It is personally an important event. I helped to co-chair the first US Climate Modeling Summit when I was co-chair of the IGIM like 7 years ago. I think that's when we had the first one. So I'm very glad to see you all really committed to see this event continue over the years, especially through this hard year of the pandemic. So just for background for everyone, I work for NOAA. I'm on a detail to the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy in the Climate and Environment Division now. I'm there as a senior policy advisor focusing on climate, earth system science, and the advancement of meteorological services. So during 2020, while I was already at OSTP, I co-chaired this effort that Gökhan mentioned to develop an Earth system predictability strategy and roadmap. So I am now very, very excited to see that the community picked this up and you guys decided to have a workshop on this predictability topic. Very happy to have the opportunity to talk to you today about this. Needless to say, the engagement of this community of experts, modeling centers, and the broader community is crucial to the successful implementation of the strategy. All right, so today I want to cover 3 main points, and because Gökhan already gave some background, I can go fast in certain points. So these 3 points are as follows. So first one, I want to tell you why Earth system predictability matters currently to this administration, to the US government and this new administration. And number 2, I'm going to give you some background on the strategy and roadmap for those of you who have not had the opportunity to take a look at the published report. So I will cover some main aspects of the strategy as broader context for what you will be focusing on specifically, which Gökhan already covered. So I will focus on modeling a little bit more, but I will give you sort of the broader context to that. And lastly, I'm going to cover ongoing interagency coordination on this topic. So next slide, Gökhan, please. So let's start for why Earth system predictability research and development matters. Of course, you all understand this very well, that if we want to improve predictions and projections, we need to better understand predictability. You know, it's kind of preaching to the choir in that sense. But in terms of government, you know, this had not been a sort of a high level kind of topic. Now, you know, again, with this new strategy, it is, and why it's relevant to this administration. So as you all probably know, tackling the climate crisis with a science-based approach is a top priority for this administration. And predictability, understanding predictability underpins needed improvements in predictions and projections. So, for example, supporting climate adaptation and mitigation goals of the Paris Agreement, which the US has just rejoined, and this new administration requires the predictive capability to, for example, anticipate the sensitivity of the climate to greenhouse gases concentrations, anticipate climate change tipping points, anticipate, you know, climate change impacts and risks for resilience, preparedness, and also anticipate the impact of climate change response policies. Just some examples. There are a number of executive orders out there that speak to the climate-related issues that need to be tackled that are relevant to the predictability problem. For example, we need to understand the social cost of greenhouse gases, climate change impacts on human migration, national security risk of climate change, and also climate-related financial risks. It is extremes like heat waves, like the one we're living through right now in the Northeast, Northwest, floods, droughts, hurricanes, atmospheric rivers, wildfires, etc. You name it. These are among the risks that are posed by climate change, and they are, you know, will occur weather to climate. It's all connected. So we need to understand and anticipate the compound and cascading effects of these extremes across the Earth and human systems. So, for example, at the climate health nexus, again, the connection between the Earth and human systems. So in support of these challenges and to enhance our resilience, agencies have been asked to examine ways to expand and improve climate forecast capabilities and information products for the public needed to prepare for and adapt to the impacts of climate change. There is a specific aspect of one executive order on this. So in order to most effectively do this, we need to better understand Earth system predictability and how to harness it in prediction systems. Most effectively, which involves understanding the chain of processes and the underpinning chain of processes across the Earth and human system across all timescales. Again, this will enable us to optimize investments in observations, in models, in prediction systems to deliver the best possible predictions and projections. And so, again, the focus here is on understanding and harnessing Earth system predictability to improve predictions and projections needed to tackle the climate. That's sort of the keys that matters to this particular administration. So, and as I mentioned before, while to you all, the scientific community, this is nothing new that the predictability matters. There are programs such as USCLIVR, aspects of the USGCRP that have focused on predictability for decades. This has not been sort of a high-level government focus up until the advent of this new strategy. So next slide, Gökhan, if you will. So as Gökhan mentioned, in 2020, a fast track action committee was put together under the National Science and Technology Council to develop a strategy on this topic to guide government research and development on the Earth system predictability to improve predictions and projections. I co-chaired this effort for OSTP together with NSF, NASA, and NOAA, and also with the involvement of great colleagues, high-level colleagues from DOE, Gary, people from DOD, the USGS, USDA, and OMB. So it was really a group, a committee that a high level that included agencies that not only develop carry out the R&D, so the science agencies, but also are stakeholders of these improved predictions and projections. To inform the strategy, there was substantial engagement within the federal government as well as with the external community. We had a request for information to the public. There was also a roundtable that some of you participated in, which was co-organized with the national academies. And the national academies also followed up with the workshop that Jim Harrell will cover just shortly. So it was a lot of engagement to really make sure we didn't work in a vacuum. We really sort of picked the brains of the best and brightest within the federal government and outside to put together a strategy that made sense. So what we came up with is something that is broad, very broad, spanning predictability of weather to climate phenomena. And a strategy that, although it focuses on the understanding of predictability, it really points to the practical need, practical utility of this type of research to inform, how we can improve predictions and projections in support of societal resilience to extremes such as droughts, floods, heat waves, etc. So slide 4, Gökhan, please. All right, so the strategy is a stool with 3 legs. There are 3 main legs, 3 goals, and then there are 4 cross-cutting goals. So the first one focuses on theory, second one focuses on observations, third one focuses on modeling, which is the one that you care about most in this as part of this summit. And then there are 4 cross-cutting goals that emphasize technologies, enhanced collaborations, enhanced partnerships, and also training the next generation of talent. So this is sort of the broader context for goal 3, which is what you guys will be focusing on specifically. Next slide, Gökhan, please. All right, so this dense slide, it gives you a little bit more detail on these goals. I won't go into detail, but just to say that goal 1, as I mentioned, focuses on really the need to advance the foundational understanding and theory, for Earth system predictability, again, for practical utility. So better understand the processes, better understand the precursor conditions, in general, expand theory that what we have to make it more applicable really to the complex Earth system that we need to predict. Goal 2 focuses on observations, so reduce gaps in the characterization of conditions, processes, and phenomena that underpin predictability. And thirdly, focus on modeling, accelerate the exploration and use of modeling to explore predictability. And again, this is what you care most in this workshop. So it is about, for example, integrating new observations, advancing process understanding, and integrating emerging technologies to reduce model biases, developing a modeling framework that leverages, all relevant efforts across the US to explore Earth system predictability, including high-resolution, integrated, multi-scale, seamless Earth system modeling tools. Also, develop and apply advanced methodologies for model data simulation so that we can harness predictability that exists in the Earth system within our models to improve the predictions. And also advance the tools that we have to diagnose our simulations and understand, what they're telling us, and just generally expand, the access to the community to the modeling tools, the computing infrastructure, all that is needed to do this kind of exploration. That are the focus of goal 2. Goal 3. And then the other 4 goals, cross-cutting goals. One deals with needing to leverage, the opportunity to leverage new emerging hardware and software technologies. Cross-cutting goal 2, optimize coordination, collaborations across the agencies. 3, expand partnerships with, the broader community. And lastly, the focus on people, including inspire and train the next generation of interdisciplinary scientists, which we need to do this kind of research. So next, Gokhan, please. Thank you. All right, so this strategy is very, very ambitious, very broad, and it will take a long time to implement it. So, we wanted to provide a starting point for the activities that could be carried out. And that's what the roadmap is. It provides sort of an initial focus to the R&D. It doesn't exclude that other aspects of predictability could be explored or will be explored later on, but it's just kind of provide a starting point. So the report provides, as a starting point, sort of focus on the predictability of Earth's water cycle and precipitation extremes and associated biosphere and human interactions. So it's still sort of an interdisciplinary problem, and with the goal to attain the high resolution predictions and projections, high fidelity that we need, for example, for high impact water cycle events and their cascading impacts across the Earth system. So that's the roadmap. So next slide, Gokhan. All right, and so as Gokhan mentioned before, the roadmap includes 5 areas of opportunity. So it doesn't really say specifically what should be done. It's not super prescriptive, but it raises sort of to a higher level a number of areas and things that we learn through our sort of fact finding, sort of our study, as things that could help to guide what will be done in terms of R&D going forward. So there are 5 areas, as I said. The first one has to do with the expansion of the theoretical foundations of Earth system predictability. So working on comprehensive theory, but also looking at better understanding of precursor conditions, the role of external forcings, what influences the growth, the error growth in a simulations, in a prediction, the role of high frequency, small scale kinetic processes, and convergence into agglomeration into large scale dynamics, shifts in predictability regimes, etc. So this is the kind of thing that is under area 1. Area 2 has to do with observation. So really saying that we can do better understanding the processes and the phenomena that underpin predictability that play a crucial role. And targeted and interagency coordinated field campaigns have been helpful in this regard and are an opportunity to continue to improve in this area. Area 3 is to make sure that we, the opportunity to really tap into underutilized observational data to examine predictability sources. So full utilization of observations from all platforms, for example, using machine learning, AI approaches for discovering predictor and precursor conditions, to have most efficient analysis of observational data and analysis data, and also for diagnostic methodologies that combine various kinds of data to really deliver that information that we're seeking out of the modeling and observational data there, in terms of predictability understanding, as well as harness it for prediction. Number 4 focuses on really how observation networks and technologies could be built going forward to be more deliberate for predictability and predictions. For example, integrating new kind of sensors, new kind of advanced technologies, adaptive kind of networks, observations that really more deliberately, target areas where, sort of hotspots of predictability, if you like, and just generally, enhancing coordination and collaborations of existing and observing systems and potentially new kinds of systems. Last area is the one that I'm going to focus on a little bit more, which is the advanced modeling and technology and enhanced collaborations. Can you advance the slide, Gohan? Yeah, thanks. So this is, I think this area really recognizes that Earth system models are key tools for the exploration of predictability. And they are unique platforms also to harness predictability from observational data to make more robust and accurate Earth system predictions. It also recognizes that in spite of major progress, during the past decades to simulate and predict many important geophysical quantities, even the best state-of-the-art models and prediction systems worldwide are currently still lacking in key desired characteristics that are foundational for accurate modeling over system predictability and for skillful predictions. So, in that sense, this area elevates sort of a number of opportunities. And because Gökhan covered this, I don't have to do this. So I'm going to skip through this. But this is the kinds of things that you guys are going to be discussing. For example, the large ensemble, signal to noise ratio, how to reduce model errors, etc. So I'm going to skip through this one because you covered it, Gökhan. Give you back some time. Can you go to the next slide? So coming to the last topic, so far, I've told you about what the strategy includes, areas of opportunities within the roadmap. That's all great, but unless we start to implement all this, it's just it's another report on the shelf, if you will. So the FTAC recognized this, and in parallel, while working on finalizing the strategy, we pulled together a number of working groups with experts, program managers around across the various agencies, and many of them are probably online today here. And I want to acknowledge their hard work over a short amount of time. They gathered in working groups, really thinking about activities that could be done, readily to start to implement aspects of this strategy. And so the approach they proposed was centered around processes. So you see some of these on this slide. Really the opportunity to better understand land atmosphere interactions, ARC interactions, cloud, aerosol-cloud processes. None of these are sort of striking new to this community, but I think what's important is really making the connection between these foundational processes and the advancement of the predictions for these various extremes that we all care about. So as I mentioned, the working groups put down a few ideas for activities that could be started right away. Some of these are ongoing now. There are some planned workshops, ideas for exploratory reports that need to be written. So work is ongoing right now. So the FTAC, before dissolving, it was a one-year planned effort. It sunset in January. Before dissolving, made up a plan for how it would, the government would continue to coordinate on this topic, across the interagency. Because the scope of the Earth system predictability problem as laid out in the strategy roadmap is so broad, it wouldn't really fall, specifically neatly into one particular ongoing, kind of coordination mechanism, but rather cross-cuts many of these. What happened is we pulled together what we call a joint action group involving folks under the USGCRP, the IRPIC, GWEX, US Climate program managers that participate in US Climate. All of these are kind of represented in this joint action group that's convened under the Interagency Council for Advancing Meteorological Services, or IGIMS. And this joint action group is co-chaired by Anjali Bamzai, who I assume is online today, and also Gary Gernhardt from DOE, and myself also for OSTP. I continue to be involved. And it includes all sort of the FTAC agencies that were represented before. It also includes reps from these various sort of coordinating bodies that I just mentioned. And it has really the purpose of providing sort of a networking mechanism or a high-level coordination mechanism. It won't be the body that will be implementing specific activities, which will actually be implemented under the various bodies I just mentioned, like USGCRP or GWEX or IRPIC, but rather just kind of make sure that we are coordinating, have a sort of an all-government approach, if you like, to continue to implement the strategy as laid out. All right, so coming to the end, today, I told you why this problem matters. Air system predictability matters to this administration today. I've also kind of reminded you what is the broader context for this workshop. The broader sort of three-leg stool of the Earth system predictability strategy, with modeling being one of the foundational ones. I also told you that we are continuing within, the U.S. government to coordinate. So there will be activities that some of them will be interagency, others will be, some agencies taking the lead and just doing something. But we are beginning to implement the strategy. So stay tuned, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I look forward to this workshop. And if there are questions, there are several, of the co-chairs of the Joint Action Group online today, so we can all take questions from you all. Thank you, Gökhan. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Anarita. So are there any questions? You can use your raise hand feature. You should have that feature if you have any questions. Jerry, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Anarita. That was very interesting. I couldn't help noticing that I assume the release date of November 10th was not a coincidence. So I assume that you're thinking that there's going to be more support in this administration for this kind of activity, or you think that there will be more funding support going to the agencies for these kinds of activities under this administration?
So I will say that there is definitely support for continuing sort of Earth system predictability research and development for the strategy as laid out, the strategy and roadmap. As I mentioned, my first point was really to say that this is still very much relevant to the goals of this administration. How the various agencies will implement this, they will reflect it in their budget as appropriate. So, I could get Gary to respond, or Anjali, from an agency perspective. That's okay.
Sure. This is Gary. I'm not sure if any other agency wants to pipe in, but I would say some of the topics within what's called the Tier 1 through Tier 3 activities did get some traction in the president's budget request. So I do anticipate that there will be funding for some of this in FY22, but we'll have to see how the appropriations plays out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Anarita? I was going to ask the same question, actually, so Jerry asked. No other questions? Okay. We'll have plenty of discussions, I guess, on this topic later on. Thank you very much, Anarita.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we are roughly 5 minutes ahead of schedule, but that's fine. So our next speaker is Jim Hurrell from Colorado State University. So he'll be providing a summary and outcomes from the National Academy of Sciences meeting on predictability. Please go ahead, Jim.
Thank you very much, Gokhan and Suzanne, and everyone who has worked so hard in planning this workshop and this year's U.S. Climate Modeling Summit. It's a pleasure to be able to participate in it, and specifically to have this opportunity to summarize a National Academy workshop that occurred almost exactly a year ago. I think it was early in June in 2020. And it very much plays into the comments that both Gary and Anna Rita have already made in terms of this sort of national strategy and national roadmap from a government perspective on Earth system predictability. And what we really focused on in that workshop was to discuss to what degree different features of the Earth system are predictable. The workshop emphasized not only sort of the physical climate system, but also biogeochemical, ecological, and human system components as well. And as Anna Rita said, the driver for that workshop was the realization that I'm sure everyone on this call has, and that's the importance of predictions of climate, weather, air pollution, sea ice, soil moisture, ecosystem functioning, and many other components of the Earth system are increasingly critical for decision-making across a wide range of sectors and timescales. But at the same time, recognizing that accelerating progress in providing useful and usable predictions across this broader set of phenomena, space and timescales, needs to be guided by a clear understanding of what aspects of the Earth system are predictable and of the limits to that predictability. And these, of course, remain significant challenges. So I don't want to spend too much time on this. Anna Rita just gave a very, very nice background on this, but this activity was really initiated by the previous administration and the leadership of Kelvin Drogemeyer and Anna Rita and others in OSTP, where they issued this memorandum asking for federal departments and agencies to prioritize research and development in the area of Earth system predictability. And this memo really emphasized how measures of and limits to predictability can inform a wide array of stakeholders. And the importance of exploring new strategies to enhance predictive skill, from improvements in process level understanding to application of machine learning, artificial intelligence, new observations and observing systems, and improvements in computational model performance and spatial resolution. Furthermore, as has already been discussed, the National Science and Technology Council in February of 2020 established this Fast Track Action Committee to focus on Earth system predictability and invited participation from a number of key federal agencies doing and or applying research in this area. And if you recall, I'm sure many of you recall, a little more than a year ago, you know, an important goal of this Fast Track Action Committee was to get community input. So they issued a request for public information, to which many of you likely replied. But in addition to gather further community input, OSTP engaged the national academies, and together they sponsored a roundtable discussion on priority and needs related to Earth system predictability. And this was held in April of 2020. And that was a very interesting discussion, quite good participation. And there were some interesting recommendations that were made as part of this community roundtable. And these recommendations were sort of grouped into some themes, if you will, and I'm not going to go through the detail in this presentation on those themes, but those four major themes are listed here: impacts, what are the science and the application needs for Earth system predictions and projections that could be addressed by an Earth system predictability research initiative? What are the socioeconomic benefits that could result from such an initiative? Research and development opportunities. What are the opportunities for key activities that could be most valuable, including transformative big ideas with regard to understanding and predicting the Earth system? Taking into full consideration observations, process level research, modeling technology, and infrastructure. Coordination and partnerships. How can federal agencies best coordinate with each other, as well as partner with a broad range of non-federal groups to leverage resources and accelerate progress? And then in terms of the education and workforce, how can we ensure that we have the workforce and the next generation scientists in the field, drawing from a diverse talent pool? And how can we position, with a US focus, the US to be a global leader in this area? So as a next step, the Academy, working with OSTP, organized a full 2-day workshop that occurred June 4th and 5th of last year to more fully explore these themes. And my job in my remaining time is to summarize a few of the key outcomes of that workshop. Before doing so, I just want to very briefly acknowledge the incredible work by the organizing committee. I had the terrific honor of chairing this group. We came together and we were asked to put together this Academy workshop on the timescale of just a few weeks. And so the committee worked extremely hard to pull it together. But I also want to thank many of the people on this call and the people out in our community. And I think it's really evidence of the importance and the interest of Earth system predictability across the community, because we came up with I think a diverse slate of invited speakers and panelists, and we had a greater than 90% acceptance rate. So we were sending out these invitations to some of you on the call with just a week or two lead time, and almost everyone agreed to participate. So really want to thank everyone for making this workshop successful. And one of the things I like working with the Academy, of course, is the caliber of the Academy staff, and both Kelly and Amanda were simply fantastic in putting this together. Like everything during the global pandemic, the original plan was to have an in-person workshop and maybe have about 100 participants. We weren't able to do that because of the pandemic, so we had a virtual workshop. And I think at the end of the day, this worked out very well, because it really allowed for much broader participation and input. We had more than 1,600 participants spanning 16 different countries. And we even had a Slack channel to facilitate further ongoing exchange of information and ideas. So by most metrics, I think the participation was really valuable and excellent. And that really helped strengthen the discussions, as well as the report, the Academy report that came out of this, that I'll highlight at the very end of the presentation. In terms of developing the agenda, the starting point for the planning committee discussions was really the rich body of literature and the peer-reviewed literature, as well as previous Academy studies that have noted the enormous potential for predictions across a range of timescales, from interseasonal to interannual and longer timescales, and the importance of this capability to strengthen planning and decision-making across many different societal sectors, but also recognizing that to do so, and this is the topic of this workshop, it's going to require improvements in things like understanding the theoretical limits of predictability and the sources of predictability across the Earth system, as well as improvements in modeling, targeted observations, perhaps infrastructure such as computing power, and supporting a workforce focused specifically on the science and the applications of Earth system predictability research. We also recognize that it will require sustained interactions with user communities. So these were the issues that the organizing committee had in mind as we developed the agenda for the workshop. And indeed, these are the 6 major themes that the workshop was organized around. So in my remaining time, let me just briefly highlight some of the key discussion points, is the way I think I prefer to phrase it, for each one of these sessions. The first session was on purpose-driven practicable predictability. And this session really explored the demand for predictions, the barriers to expanding the utility of the predictions we produce, and emphasized the importance of understanding predictability for the development of co-designed prediction systems. The keynote speaker in this session was Sarah Jones, and she highlighted the fact that Earth system prediction offers major benefits for improving risk assessment and management across many sectors. But to be truly effective, it requires the understanding of and the long-term interaction and engagement with the users of these predictions, resulting in co-design between users and researchers to set research priorities, to characterize and communicate uncertainties, especially for systems that have perhaps more limited predictability, and very importantly, to ensure advances are usable, useful, and beneficial. Sarah concluded by making the case that advancing estimates of Earth system predictability to meet societal needs can be done more effectively through a valued cycle approach that focuses on user needs, where the generation of information is critical, but perhaps not sufficient. The need to understand and interact with stakeholders was further emphasized by the panelists. Each one of these sessions had panels, and the panelists in this session really drove this home. Roger Pulwarty, for instance, was one of the panelists, and he emphasized that prediction systems need to be built to the extent possible in ways that address systemic integrated risk, for instance, that connect local conditions to broader global systems, to build resilience across multiple sectors. And many examples were presented and discussed along this line. And throughout this session, the speakers underscored the importance of working in partnership internationally, across disciplines, across agencies and organizations, and through private-public engagement. The second session really focused on the theoretical limits of Earth system predictability. What are the limits when we think about the very complex and coupled across many different space and time scales Earth system? The keynote speaker in this session was Prashant Chartersmook, and he commented that our current understanding of predictability limits is based on imperfect models, and that given the signal to noise ratio determines an upper bound on potential predictability on any timescale, he argued that the noise is underestimated in many ensemble prediction systems, so predictability can easily be overestimated. Ways to address this issue were discussed, such as adding stochastic terms into model equations as one method to improve estimated predictability, or better representation of unresolved physics in models. He also talked about a commonly used strategy to improve predictability is to use large, well-calibrated forecast ensembles, and I know that's the topic of this workshop. Panelists discussed new computationally efficient approaches to prediction, such as using machine learning as part of the ensemble process to enable much larger ensembles and thereby perhaps yielding more accurate estimates of predictability. And it was also pointed out that machine learning approaches could allow more societally relevant outputs to be predicted. Finally, the panelists in this session argue that there is unrealized predictive potential in oceanic and terrestrial biogeochemical variables, which could be exploited for various applications. For example, observations in the ocean of inorganic nutrients, which are related to rates of upwelling, could improve predictability of primary production and ecosystem dynamics. However, the sparsity of observations of biogeochemical quantities currently makes it difficult to initialize simulations and to assess the realism of predictions. And so these were the kind of topics that were discussed. The third session explored predictability through new methodologies and technologies such as machine learning, artificial intelligence, coupled data assimilation, and how we can better capitalize on advances in computing. And again, I know that these are topics that will be explored in more depth as part of this workshop. The keynote speaker for this session was Libby Burns, and she discussed how machine learning methods can be useful for establishing predictability across the coupled Earth system and are perhaps especially well designed to discover and explore forecast of opportunity, the concept that certain environmental conditions lead to more predictable behavior than others. Identifying these sorts of conditions can help focus efforts to understand predictability across different Earth system disciplines. In particular, machine learning methods are now well suited to pattern classification tasks and are at a stage of maturity where they can be used to discover and explore these forecasts of opportunity. And these are some of the key points that Livy made. She went on to talk about that one criticism of machine learning in the past has been that artificial neural networks are black boxes, and it's difficult to reconcile their choices with the physical understanding of the system. And of course, that's what we're quite interested in. However, this is increasingly being addressed with tools that help users visualize what factors influence the outputs of the neural networks, which means that when machine learning methods are capable of making an accurate prediction, it's now possible to explore why the machine did that, how the machine did that. And this provides further information about the sources of predictability that can be further exploited. The session also discussed the need for new data assimilation tools and techniques. Data assimilation, as I think many of you know, can be particularly useful for identifying quantities that might be predictable. And another promising application is to use data assimilation to conduct prediction system simulation experiments, which takes a synthetic truth and generates the synthetic observations that lead to that truth. Finally, the speakers and the panelists in this session also discussed how the evolution in computing capabilities could affect Earth system predictions. With improvements in processor clock speed tapering off, computational platforms now have accelerators, combine GPUs and CPUs, and increasingly are hosted in cloud computing environments. These advancements in computing capabilities present an opportunity to reimagine the architecture for Earth system models to better leverage these new platforms and also better tailor models to specific decision-making contexts. The fourth session, which occurred on the first day of the second day of the workshop, discussed observations and experimental strategies needed to advance theoretical understanding of predictability and to improve the modeling of those processes. This session identified opportunities to take a much more deliberate approach to observations in the context of Earth system predictability research and development. Sarah Gilley was the keynote speaker, and she emphasized that many challenges in understanding the Earth system lie at the interfaces. And a prime example that she spoke of was mean air-sea heat flux, a quantity for which model estimates vary pretty widely. While the current Argo ocean profiling float fleet, for instance, is sufficient to perhaps support decadal predictability, she argued that a more nuanced and local understanding of the upper ocean mixed layer is needed for advancing weather and climate predictability on a 10-day to perhaps several-year timescale. Sarah concluded her presentation with a vision to optimize observations to advance predictability, noting that in situ and satellite observing systems need to be expanded to provide boundary conditions and model verification, and they should be configured to resolve key variability. Sarah also called for process studies to include the physical representation of processes in Earth system models, and she emphasized that both observations and model output needs to be FAIR, F-A-I-R, which is an acronym for findable, accessible, interoperable, and resistible. Again, we had a very good panel for this session. Klaus Keller from Penn State noted that optimizing observations requires identifying which objectives to optimize or figuring out how to do the right science. Possible candidate objectives, which would likely have different optimal observing strategies, could include reducing short-term verification error, increasing the power to differentiate between different hypotheses, or improving a decision. He pointed out that designing an optimal observing system to better inform decision-making is especially difficult. It requires sustained and careful engagements with decision makers, innovative training for a new generation of researchers and practitioners, and boundary spanning organizations. Panelists also discussed a number of opportunities to leverage existing resources and new technologies to explore predictability. For instance, opportunities that exist from the autonomous observing and communication technologies that are becoming more commonplace, new satellite data, non-traditional observations, for instance, cell phone data, and a robust and growing commercial ecosystem of providers. These resources can be leveraged with exascale computing and support for optimization of observational systems, including simulation experiments and process studies to escalate Earth system prediction efforts. The fifth session discussed the need for an Earth system modeling framework that better integrates predictability research with model development and application. And the keynote speaker for this session was Jean-Francois Lamarck, who I think is on the call. And so hopefully I don't misrepresent his comments, but Jean-Francois and the panelists in this session underscored that nurturing and greatly expanding the Earth system research community would benefit the emergence of predictability studies with better, more routine links between, for example, the S2S operational forecasting efforts and the Earth system modeling community, and the importance of multidisciplinary teams of observationalists, modelers, software engineers, computational scientists, and data analysts that are needed to make progress in Earth system modeling and Earth system predictability studies. Jean-Francois, as well as the panelists in this session, emphasized that model biases are limiting understanding of Earth system predictability and the ability to make skillful predictions, another topic that I see on the agenda for this workshop. And panelists discussed that increasing model resolution could be maybe a game changer in how persistent model biases and improving predictability are addressed, because it would allow for simulation of subgrid scale processes that are currently parameterized. Furthermore, fully representing subgrid moist convection, for instance, could help address the lack of variability or chaotic behavior in the models that results in misrepresentation of the signal to noise ratio used to estimate predictability that Prashant had discussed earlier. Similarly, fully simulating mesoscale eddies could improve modeling of air-sea interactions that contribute to subseasonal to interannual predictability. And I think looking at the peer-reviewed literature, there's many examples of this already. The need to improve the interoperability of data and models was also highlighted. Lots of information needs to flow between components of prediction systems. And one of the discussion aspects of the panel was that it's becoming increasingly difficult, if not impossible, to build coupled model components separately and then couple them after the fact. The coupling is so intrinsic to model performance that it must be incorporated and considered throughout the development process. And then finally, to wrap up, the final session was focused on ideas for the development of a national approach and strategy to knit together predictability-focused theoretical work with observational modeling and technology research. And this is really an imperative for advancing practicable prediction. And Anna Rita and the national strategy roadmap she presented, I think, is one aspect of that outcome. In particular, in this final session, we explored opportunities to break down compartmentalization of communities by making convergent research the new normal, for instance, and developing and sustaining a creative workforce. A new foundation on the science and applications of Earth system predictability research can be created. The keynote speaker in this session was Dwayne Walliser, and he suggested the application of a more formal systems engineering approach to break down the complexity of Earth system predictability into a coordinated and collaborative outcome-driven program. The need for a systems engineering approach stems from the sheer complexity of the questions and the objectives being considered. Earth system science, as we all know, is complex. The technology and the tools, including models and observations, are rapidly evolving, and the programmatic aspects of the enterprise are challenging to optimally coordinate. So he argued that a system of systems approach could be a way to judiciously integrate and evolve the underlying components to maximize value and maximize societal impacts. The panelists reinforced the need to do these things to employ systems level thinking and spoke of the importance of a shared focus, shared vision, and shared strategy to empower the agencies to prioritize a collective effort and move away from the sum of the parts approach for Earth systems predictability research. And I really applaud OSTP and the agency leads that are on this call for beginning to work more in this direction. They also emphasized that achieving a new research framework to progress understanding of Earth system predictability requires an inspired and diverse next generation of scientists and engineers, and students need to be educated on Earth system predictability as interdisciplinary research. And to attract a talented workforce, a perception needs to prevail that this research is of utmost importance and is recognized and supported from leaders of all sectors of society. So that's what I wanted to share with you. I appreciate the time. I do want to point out that an output of this workshop was a formal proceedings in brief. That proceedings can be easily found from the National Academy's website. The project website is also still live and available. And if you want to see more about these presentations and some of the discussions, you can see those presentations, and you can actually rewatch the workshop if you want to catch just parts of it. The recordings are still available, as is the Slack channel, where a lot of the participants exchange further ideas and thoughts. So again, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm going to attend as much of this as I can. The WCRP JSC 42nd JSC session is going on at the same time, and I need to hop back and forth between these meetings. But Gokhan, Suzanne, and the others who plan this, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Jim, for that nice summary. Any questions for Jim? If you could raise your hand, please, if you have any questions for Jim.
And again, you know, I think the key purpose of this workshop was to provide this kind of input into the roadmap that Anna Rita presented. And so I'll just add, one of the questions that I was asked was, you know, what's going to come of this workshop, especially since Jerry alluded to November the 10th and a potential change in administrations, which of course did transpire. And what really encouraged me personally was just not only the importance of the topic, but I really viewed this as a topic that would go across administrations. And so I'm really pleased to hear Anna Rita's comments along those lines.
Ram has a quick question, I think, and then Anna Rita. Ram, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. That was a very nice presentation and summary from the NAS conference and the workshop. I wanted to ask a question, Jim, about the metrics aspects. We kind of are laying out plans in terms of the advanced modeling, optimization of observations for improving predictability. Was there a discussion, or was there a sort of capturing of how to develop metrics for, like, you know, what is success? When can we call something a success?
So that's a really good question, of course, Ram. And you know, these workshops, I mean, there's a lot packed into just a couple of days. And so I would say that there were many things that are worthy of more exploration than we were able to do. And I would put metrics in that category. However, that said, I do think, especially in this very first session that I alluded to, where Sarah Jones was emphasizing the importance of interactions with the users and making these kind of predictions useful and usable. And that discussion in the workshop did get in a bit into the kind of metrics, but very much, you know, I mean, this is a very complex topic. It very much depends on the predictions, what aspect of your system you're trying to make predictions in, what the predictability of that is, and the metrics that you would use to judge whether or not the predictions are skillful, usable, useful, etc. So I don't think we spent nearly enough time on that, given just the fact that we had about 6 hours to cover all of these topics. But we did talk about it a little bit, and I would refer you to the report to see any more details on that.
Thank you. And another question or comment from Anna Rita? Please go ahead, Anna Rita.
This is very quick. Mine is not a question, rather a comment. I just want to really thank Jim and all the great colleagues who participated in the workshop organized by the Academy last year, for the quick turnaround, for the report. We just want to thank you again for doing that. It was just great. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Lucas, do you still have a question? I think you lowered your hand.
Actually, I do. So something I'm kind of interested in is that I really like Jim's talk. I liked about a lot of these about holism and describing things as a system of science instead of just breaking things down into Lego pieces. One of the things I'm wondering about is that how can we make model development to be and predictability to be a more appealing field to people who are being educated in this field? And I don't know if I necessarily have an answer to that because I don't know whether the universities are really to do that sort of thing. And it'd be wonderful if we could work more closely with the universities and bring up more students who did have a strong background, like I was fortunate enough to have. But I don't really see a clear way forward with that, given the current way that a lot of universities are funded and the way that universities are set up to encourage their faculty to explore their own or to carry out the research and education programs.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I mean, I certainly don't have a comprehensive answer to that. I mean, I was encouraged and intrigued that the Academy workshop did focus specifically in this last session on really the importance of developing this kind of workforce and treating predictability research indeed in and of itself an important and therefore desirable field to go into. I've only been in the university setting now for a couple of years, and I can only speak, you know, at Colorado State, we don't have anything specifically along this line, but we are, well, one of the things that I'm actively developing is thinking about an advanced course along this line, really focused on Earth system predictability. So I can't speak for other universities, but I will just say that, you know, I found it very, very encouraging that the Academy workshop really did focus and highlight the importance of this. It can't be an afterthought, right? It can't be an afterthought. Right. It has to be something that we intentionally do. And I think, you know, trying to create the momentum within the university settings to provide this kind of interdisciplinary training and emphasize, you know, the rich science to be done in this area and the relevance for society, the importance of it for society. You know, that's what more and more students are attracted to. They want to get into a field to make a difference. And I think this is a great example. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, but at least this Academy workshop really tried to pull that out and highlight it as an equally important part of our conversation, not an afterthought.
Okay, thank you very much, Jim. And we need to move on. So in the next session, we'll be hearing some summaries or some talks from the modeling centers, focusing on their efforts or work related to the workshop topic. And we'll start with GFDL. And our first speaker from GFDL is Baoqing Zhang. And his title and the collaborators are up already. Please go ahead. You may need to make it bigger screen. Yep, great, thank you.
Yeah. Good morning and afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Gokan, and the organizer of this summit. Today I'm going to present the sub-season to season prediction in GFDL sphere by focusing on MGO diversity and teleconnections. And I hope this work will provide a new framework to investigate MGO prediction and may potentially contribute to identify some issues for individual models and eventually will benefit some model developments. First of all, I want to thank our collaborators. This is a lab-wise efforts, and Lucas Harris and Tom Darrows, who have led the development of sphere model, and Professor Binwang and many others. So I would like to start with this sketch diagram to show what is S2S prediction and how challenging it is. So S2S prediction is usually referring to the time scale between 10 days and 1 season. So compare with the weather and the season prediction, this is a sub-season prediction is still during its infancy stage, and it is more challenging. This is basically because of the rapid decay of initial memory from the atmosphere, and it only marginally benefit from the boundary forcing like SST, soil moisture. So this time scale is very challenging. So there's many different predictive sources regarding the S2S prediction, such as stratosphere polar vortex, QBO, and like low boundary SST, soil moisture CIS. But between these two layers, there's we call it the internal variability. So Madden-Jordan oscillation, MGO is one of this internal variability that's very important for subsystem predictions. So MGO is a very large scale phenomenon covering the whole tropics. It has a time scale between 30 to 6 days. And it has a global reaching impacts. So it can impact like atmosphere, river, tropical cyclone, heat waves, and fire, and even cold surge. There's many other impacts through its teleconnections. So the prediction of MGO itself is very important for subsystem prediction. And MGO prediction itself is also one of the key metrics to measure the overall performance of subsystem to system prediction systems. So let me very briefly introduce GFDR's previous generation of predict systems. We have two types of models. One is an atmosphere only model. We call it the HIRAM model. And the other is a couple model, such GFDCM 2.1 floor and high floor. And we use these two models to conduct a series seasonal to decadal prediction. Here is an example. We use a HIRAM model to predict the hurricanes. And you can see the correlation scale is about close to 0.9. It's very successful for hurricane prediction using this model. We also use the GFDR floor type model, and we evaluate the MGO prediction is about 27 days. So how about our current or next generation of prediction systems? We have two modeling prediction systems. One is, I'm sorry, yeah, my wife is cooking. So yeah, we have two modeling systems. One is called SHIELD. So it's basically developed from the FEGFS. So the other model we call the SPEAR. It's based on the GFDL CM4 model. And these two models are very different in terms of the configurations, model resolution, initialization. So SHIELD is a weather model. SPEAR is a climate model. We want to push S2S prediction using this two system. I think this is a very unique strategy, and they could be complementary to each other. And we hope it will lead to improved understanding of the prediction and predictability. So SPEAR represents a similar system for prediction and Earth system research. It is developed from the CM4 model, and it shares the same ocean component, 1 degree ocean, but it has 3 different atmosphere resolution: 100 kilometer, 50 kilometer, and 25 kilometer. We call it the SPEAR low, SPEAR medium, SPEAR high. And this is an example to show this overall performance compared with the floor model. You can see the root mean square error has reduced substantially. This is another example, MGO simulation from observation and from the SPEAR model. You can see the eastward propagation. It's well captured in this SPEAR model. So it provides a very good opportunity to study the MGO and other S2S prediction using this system. So how do we configure S2S prediction? So we use a very simple nudging metrics, nudging technique. We nudging atmosphere circulation temperature, specific humidity towards MER2 analysis. And we also nudging the only ocean SST to NOAA data SST. There's no deep ocean data simulation. And we conduct a 20 years handcast. So we have one handcast every 5 days. We integrate this for 45 days. For each handcast, we have 10 ensemble members. So totally we have about 14,000 handcast experiments. So this validation data we use in our OER and ERA reanalysis. One point I want to mention that this is a research-oriented S2S prediction system. It's not quite ready for operational. So we hope to deliver some improved understanding for S2S predictions. So how about MGO prediction in wintertime from November to April? Here shows the results. You can see for the individual members, we can have a scale about 23 days if you use a correlation scale of 0.5 as a criteria. Here I want to mention that this is we use the Wheeler-Hendon index, RMM index as a metric to measure the MGO prediction. So if you look at the ensemble mean, it has a scale about 30 days. So how does this compare with the previous generation of the model floor? You can see the red one is a spear model. There's a systematic improvement. And so this, if we compare with the WWRP, WCRP, S2S models, you can see most of the models have a scale it's between 15 to 25 days, and EC MWF is a kind of outlier. It has scale beyond 30 days, 30 to 33 days. And if we put our model here, spear model, you can see it's, yeah, of course, it's still lower than EC, but it's still quite encouraging. So how do we compare with other US model? This is the sub-X models. Well, here again, this blue line is EC model as a reference here. If we put, yeah, this red line is spear model. You can see it's better than many other models. So this result is overall is kind of encouraging because our system is still very simple. And here we further show the scale sensitivity to ensemble generation of method. So if we use the 0.6 as a criteria, you have a scale about 19 days, and the ensemble mean have a scale 23 days. So the ensemble, 10-member ensemble will increase the scale about 4 days. So this is many other S2S models. So you can see the scale, a spear model here, and it's overall it's not bad, I would like to say. And MGO is kind of similar to ENSO event. There's almost no two events are identical. They have different amplitude propagation, and yeah. So here is one example. You can see there's about 40% of MGO event does not traverse the maritime continent at the diode or here, and one et al. 2019 further studied the individual MGO events. So they used called K-means cluster analysis. They identified 4 types of MGO. One is called standing MGO, jumping MGO, slow propagating MGO, and fast propagating MGO. So this is the composite equatorial OIR, composite equatorial OIR. You can see for the standing MGO, there's almost no eastward propagation. There's just a local oscillation. But for jumping MGO, it has some propagation feature in the Indian Ocean, but all the metacontinent, it jump suddenly to the Western Pacific. And this is slow and fast MGO. So here we define the day 0 is a convection, the massive convection in the Indian Ocean called it's day 0, and this is 5 days before, and this is 20 days before. So for this different type of MGO, we further look at their teleconnections. So if you look at standing, jumping, slow, and fast MGO, they have kind of very different circulation and temperature response. Like standing MGO, the signal is kind of weak and noisy. But for the jumping MGO, it has a clear wave train-like pattern in the North Pacific, US, and Atlantic sector. But for slow propagating MGO, it's kind of have an opposite sign of this wave train compared with the jumping MGO. But for faster propagating MGO, it has a positive phase of North Atlantic oscillation. So they have a very different teleconnection and the temperature response. This motivates us to study the MGO, the dependence of MGO prediction on the MGO diversity. So here are the results. During this 20 years period, we identified about 20 to 15 MGO events. We found that the first propagating MGO has the best scale about 38 days, followed by the slow and jumping MGO. They have a scale about 31 days. And the standing MGO has the lowest scale, it's about 23 days. So it's, we further look at the potential predictability based on the perfect amount assumption. It's interesting to see they have very similar potential predictability about 38 to 39 days. So it infers that we still have large room to improve the standing MGO compared with other cluster of MGO. And more focus should be placed on understanding the limitation of standing MGO for further model developments. We further look at several different features. Prediction of MGO propagation, initiation, basically is the onset, and internal modulation and teleconnections. So again, this is from observation, this longitude and time diagram, OIR, and low level zone wind. You can see there's a local oscillation from observation. This is jumping, slow propagating, fast propagating. And our model, if we initialize at day -5, we can well capture this different type of MGO. You can see it's a local oscillation. There's a jumping from the Indian Ocean to West Pacific, and there's a slow propagation. There's a fast propagating of MGO. But if you look at it in more detail, there's some problem for the slow propagating MGO. The signal tend to be terminated or die out or the eastern of maritime continents. So what's going on over there? This is a spatial pattern for slow propagating MGO and fast propagating MGO. Shading is OIR. You can see for the slow propagating MGO, it tends to detour southward when go across the maritime continents and then come back to the equatorial region. But for the fast propagating MGO, there's almost no barrier effect from the equatorial region. So its signal tend to go across the maritime continents smoothly. So how about the model prediction? You can see our model can somehow capture this southward detouring feature, but the signal tend to die out in the Western Pacific during week 4. So this is called a maritime continent prediction barrier problem. But for the fast propagating MGO in prediction, we do not have this issue. You can see in the model we capture this propagation features. Also the signal, especially the convection signal, is kind of estimated. So we further look at MGO prediction of MGO initiation. This is around the day 0. So this is during the peak phase of convection from observation. This is we initialize the model 20 days before the peak phase of convection. So you can see our model can overall predict this kind of initial development with a lead time of 20 days. And here further shows the time evolution of this different type of MGO. You can see for standing MGO, it's a local oscillation, and the model will capture this feature. For the slow propagating MGO, 20 days before, we can predict the eastward propagation of the dry phase and also the onset. For this is a faster propagating MGO. Overall, I think this is reasonable. And they have different precursors, like a standing MGO have a dry phase in the whole Indian Ocean, but for jumping MGO has a signal in the southwestern Indian Ocean. But for slow propagating MGO has mainly in the Eastern Indian Ocean. But for the faster MGO, the signal mainly occurs in the East maritime continents. They have different precursors. This is very important for predictions. So we further look at the potential modulation from internal signal. Firstly, the SST, like ENSO. We found that for the standing MGO and faster propagating MGO, they have very contrasting SST signal. During standing MGO, there's a La Nina-like SST, and for the faster propagating MGO, there's a El Nino-like SST. Between the slow and faster MGO, you can see the SST kind of different, but they have similar SST gradients. That's why you have similar convection signal in the Pacific. But another major difference occurred in the maritime continent. You can see for the fast propagating MGO, there's a strong suppressed convection to the source of maritime continents. It may prevent the development of convection in this region. So that's why the fast propagating MGO tends to go across a central maritime continent, different from the slow propagating MGO. So we also look at
about 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so this is a QBO impact. So we found during east and west phase of QBO, they have different MGO potential scale. And for standing MGO and slow propagating MGO, it's mainly related to stratosphere QBO. But for jumping and fast propagating MGO, it's not quite related. That's can partially explain the scale difference between the east and west phase of QBO. So this is a prediction MGO teleconnection. We found that we did a very nice prediction for the standing, jumping, and fast propagating MGO, but there's some problem for the slow propagating MGO. You can see the correlation scale here. So here, a short summary. Well, S2S prediction system has MGO prediction scale about 30 days. We found that MGO has predictions depend on MGO diversity, and MGO diversity and prediction can be modulated by internal variability, like ENSO QBO. The SPEAR model shows its capability in predicting MGO propagation, initiation, and teleconnections. One point I want to mention that for operation forecast, we may need to consider more than just the RMM index when monitor the MGO and forecast its impact. Right? Because if you initial condition is the same RMM index, but during the following days, it may have different evolution and tight connections. So this ongoing research, we are looking at NAO prediction. It's comparable with the multi-model ensemble with the sub-X models. We are also looking at the US landfall TC predictions and absolute river predictions. So we still have an ongoing development of S2S prediction system. You can see this model is not perfect. We still have some many problems. One is under dispersive issue. If you look at the spread and compare with the root-mean square error, it's much smaller. So we have incorporated this stochastic physics in this model. We are also trying to understand the mean state bias. How does this influence S2S predictions, such as SST and atmosphere mean state bias? We also would like to look at how the ocean data simulation may influence the overall scale of S2S predictions. Okay, I would like to stop here to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No questions, I guess, but I had a quick question. I think you said it at the beginning and I missed it. Do you see what is the general consensus of MGO prediction or predictability improvement with model resolution?
Yeah, because here we just use the 50 kilometer speed model. We haven't tested the resolution dependence on the scale depends on model resolution yet. We have 3 different configurations, but our main focus is on the 50 kilometer. Yeah, that is we probably would like to explore in the future. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ayla?
Yeah, I was just wondering about sample sizes when you divide up into these 4 different types and you have ENSO and everything else going on. Is it very robust, these differences in the teleconnection responses? Or do you have a lot of events?
Yeah, that is a good question. For teleconnections, I have, you can see that I have some steeping area region. You can see the robustness.
Okay.
Yeah, but again, for the MGO, yeah, it has a event like a 12 to 15.
Okay.
While we look at individual events and different phase, I think these results are kind of robust.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I muted myself. In the interest of time, we'll go ahead and we'll move ahead. And by the way, there are a few questions or comments in the chat. If you can take a look at it and answer them separately, that'll be great. So our next speaker again is from GFDL. Could you stop sharing your screen, Bao-Ching?
Yeah.
And our next speaker is, as I said, it's from GFDL, Feiyu Liu, and I think he'll be covering more on the SPEAR. You are still sharing, Bao-Ching. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Feiyu.
Okay. How's it looking?
Looks good, thank you.
Good, okay, great, thanks. Okay, thanks, Kokan, and the organizers for inviting me to talk about our new SPEAR seasonal prediction system. So again, as a case in Bao-Chang's talk, this is a lab-wide effort at GFDL, and including a lot of people developing all the model components as well as the prediction system. Okay, so as Bao-Chang has shown, the new generation of models at GFDL has shared a lot of model components. So this simplifies a lot of the development, and you can take advantage of all the advances in different components. So in the case of SPEAR, it has almost the exact same integer component as CM4, the GFDL CMIP6 model. And for prediction purposes, it uses a 1 degree nominal ocean, MOM6, and in its ocean component. And similar, so as Bao-Chang shown, we have previously have a few different prediction system, and now for SPEAR, in this talk specifically, I'll focus on the 100 kilometer and the 50 kilometer SPEAR models, what we call SPEAR low and SPEAR medium, which covers from subseasonal to seasonal prediction, decadal prediction, as well as climate projections. So that's where the seamless part of the SPEAR comes from. Okay, so for GFDL SPEAR, we have a lot of activities currently going on. So first of all, just recently, the SPEAR medium large ensemble simulation is made public. So some of the variables are made public. And it's a 30-member ensemble over the period from 1921 to 2100, including historical simulation as well as SST 585. So it's already available on GFDL's website. It's shown on the slide. And we also have some other activities such as Bao-Chang have shown, the S2S prediction, and have decadal prediction led by Xiaosong Yang. And we also have a CS estimation initialization work led by Mitch and Yongfei at GFDL. So a lot of these, if you're interested, you can look them up, and some of those papers are already out. Okay, so now I'll move on to seasonal prediction, which is the main topic of my talk today. So I just want to talk about how seasonal predictions are initialized in general. So first, we have some couple data estimation system that's used to initialize seasonal predictions. For example, the previous GFDL CM2.1 ECDA, as well as the CFS version 2, are all kind of a weakly coupled data estimation where we have first guess field or forecast fields generated with couple model, but still we have data estimation or analysis is done in individual component models. And for some other system, we have an uncoupled data estimation system, which means both the forecast and the analysis are done in individual component models with forcing or prescribed forcing from other components. For example, the European Center Signal and Meta Office Signal Prediction System are both this kind of system. In the case of the CIS5, for the historical period, they use ER interim to force the Nemo ocean and you do the data estimation in the ocean. While in real time, you have the operational NWP analysis as well as a real-time ocean analysis that's forced by the operational weather forecast. So this is kind of an uncoupled system. So as I'm showing here, the previous GFDL CM 2.1 is using a coupled system. But in this generation, we uncouple the data estimation and initialization. It's not a simple decision, it's a very complicated process. But I'll just present the end result we got here. So for the ocean, we have a sphere ODA analysis that's conducted under a free atmosphere. So this sphere ODA analysis, it gives us the initial conditions for our signal prediction. It also provides us with the increments I'll talk about later that's used for our bias correction, what we call the OTA or ocean tendency adjustment. And for the land, CIS and atmosphere components, we have a separate M-sphere and SST nudging run in the same coupled sphere models. So we make sure they're all done in the same model. And the M-sphere is nudged to 6-hourly CFSR, including temperature, wind, and humidity. And the SST is nudged to the same SSD data used by sphere ODA to ensure the match between the two different initial conditions. And so next, I'll just talk about, before I talk about why we decided on this, I'll just touch on what the ocean tendency adjustment is. So OTA, what we call it, it uses the DA increments for bias correction. So methodology-wise, it's not very complicated. It's kind of simplified from what the European Center is doing in their ORAS 4 S5. The difference is that first, it's ensemble common filter based, not a 3D VAR. And the other is this can be applied to couple model forecast. So this is a byproduct of how we did our ocean analysis as well as how we did our prediction. So in OTA, we just apply the climatological temperature and salinity increments during the Argo period to our forecast model. So the benefits of OTA, first of all, it can reduce model drift in couple predictions. This I'll feature later on. And it can also mitigate the impact of changing observation network. This is a common purpose of doing bias correction in an ocean data estimation system. And also, what we are exploring is that how we can use these OTA increments to evaluate and guide model development. So we want this to integrate model development, data estimation, as well as prediction together. So here in this diagram, I'm focused on the consistency from analysis to prediction. And this is probably the main reason why we chose what we did for our initialization. So on the upper part of this diagram, I'm showing what we are currently doing as we uncouple the initialization. On the lower half, it will be what happens if we do in a different approach. So for example, in our current system, doing analysis, the atmosphere, there's no assimilation in the atmosphere. So all it's doing is forced by analyze SST. So it's operating more like an IMAP kind of experiment, while the ocean is constrained by ocean data estimation for depths, including subsurface observations. And well, if we move from analysis to prediction, the ocean is continually bias corrected by OTA. So ideally, we hope that this maintains the analysis climatology for the ocean component. In the meantime, for the predicted answer, it's forced by the forecasted SST from the ocean, which if that keeps its analysis climatology, then the forecasted answer can keep its climatology, and in turn gives the ocean the same forcing climatology that's as the analysis. So in this way, we have a consistent climatology from analysis to prediction for seasonal forecasts. If we, for example, if we do have NCR data estimation that's constrained in the end, that's constraining NCR, and in the meantime, NCR is still forced by an analyzed SST, and the same happens in the ocean. So if we start from here, in a couple prediction, we'll have fast drift in NCR, we'll have slower drift in the ocean, and we'll have different forcing climatologies between NCR ocean to each other. And so both of them will drift back to its own attractor or climatology while incurring different kinds of feedback in the process. So that's why we decided to go with the route in the upper part here. And I think we have, because of this and the OTA, I think we have found some promising results. Okay, so the next part is, why did we end nudging then? So there's several factors for this. First of all is CI. So as shown by previous research, CI thickness is critical for CI's extent prediction. So the a lot of memory comes from thickness. And because we don't have much CI thickness prediction or subsurface in situ observation in the Arctic or Antarctic area, the answer forcing is important to constrain the CI thickness. Second of all, we still have land. So if it includes a lot of memory for sub-seasonal to seasonal predictions. And the stratosphere is also something we want to consider, because we also have memory from the stratosphere that could impact sub-seasonal to seasonal predictions. So the complications of adding nudged NCR to the initial condition is mostly about the forcing on the ocean for the initial couple of weeks of forecast. So because for the initial weeks, NCR will start from observed climatology, not an AMA-like climatology. So we'll have some inconsistency there. But in our experiments, we found that this has very little impact for seasonal prediction, especially in the medium and the longer range of seasonal prediction. And another issue is about the compatibility between ocean and sea ice. So we make sure this is minimized because we use the same SST for both OD and nudging. So those, if you put them together, they won't reject each other or cause problems in the forecast. Okay, so for our seasonal forecast, we're glad that the real-time SPEAR seasonal forecast has joined MME in February this year. And now we have 30 members of SPEAR medium that replaced 10 members of CM 2.1 and 12 members of floor. So going forward, there'll be only one GFDL model in the MME forecast. And we've done monthly handcuts since 1991 and provided the data to ME for verification. So here I'm just showing the June forecast of MINU 3.4 in the MME. You can see the SPEAR, GFDL SPEAR is the green model. And on the right, it's a precipitation forecast for the summer from June. So overall, SPEAR is performing very well during our test period, as well as the first few months in the MME. So now I'll move on to the model bias and prediction part. And so I think OTA provides a very unique tool to test the impact of model bias on prediction. So the way we tested this is we have several different reforecast configurations. And first of all, we have a reforecast medium, which is our MME configuration, the same as what we gave MME for. And then we have a reforecast low 1, which is the exact same configuration, but just done with the SPEAR low model instead of SPEAR medium, because it's much cheaper to do sensitivity tests. And then we have RF low 2, which is the same as RF low 1, except it doesn't have OTA. So it doesn't have the bias correction for the forecast. And now here I'm showing results from our test reforecast 15 members 4 months per year between 1992 and 2018. And we also have some complementary sphere climate simulations that can help us study these forecasts. So this is also part of the seamless nature of sphere. So we have 3 models: sphere low OTA, and sphere low FA. So it's a flat adjustment version. All of these can run in have runs of pre-industrial control run as well as a historical and scenario runs. So you can glean information from those and to combine those with what you find in the reforecasts. So here I'm just showing, first of all, an example of an SST drift from the sphere forecasts. So this is January SST prediction bias from July forecast. So it's about 6 months lead time. So on the top left is the target OSST for January. On the top right is sphere low model, sphere low seasonal forecast climatology without OTA. So you see it's pretty good, but you still see these large scale biases around the globe. But once you have OTA in either sphere low or sphere medium on the bottom here, you can see the average SST drift is almost almost gone. So you have very little drift in the seasonal forecast at several months lead time. And here another example of the subsurface. So this is where the OTA can do is also correct subsurface drift. So this is a ocean temperature profile drift from January initiated forecast. So it lasts for a year, 12 months in the Nino 3 region. As you can see, the sphere low 2 on the lower left, it has some fairly large cold drift in the latter half of the forecast, while it's much smaller in the sphere medium and low with OTA. So we know that OTA can help with climatology. So what about anomaly prediction? So here I'm showing the Nino 3.4 anomaly correlation scales of the 3 reforecast configurations. So as we can see, with OTA, we do see some improvement if you directly compare RF low 1 and RF low 2. And this is more or less consistent across different months. It's not a huge improvement because we kind of have a high ceiling for how high the ACC can go for Nino 3.4, but we do see some moderate improvement, especially in the medium to longer range. So, but the anomaly correlation is only part of the equation. What we want to see is how to link this model bias with more than just an anomaly correlation. So we can see this in several ways. First, I'm going to show maybe some nonlinear process that can happen in the tropics. For example, here I'm showing the El Nino composite for SST anomaly predictions. And so these are all July predictions at different lead times. So the first row is 1 month lead, and then the second row is 3 months lead. The third row is 5 months lead, all from July predictions. And this is a composite of all the El Nino years we have in our forecast. As you can see, if you look at SST anomalies, there's not that big of the differences between RF low 1 and RF low 2. And although we can probably see that RF low 1 is a little bit closer to observation on the right, but it's not that big of difference. But if you only look at the bias, so still for these months, the sphere low 1 has much less bias than sphere low 2, especially in the Central Pacific. And so this will lead to differences in precipitation and OIR forecast. For example, this is the OIR prediction biases for the same months. You can clearly see that sphere low 1 has much less biases in its OIR predictions, and namely like precipitation predictions. So this comes to, if you look at anomaly prediction of OIR, clearly RF low 1, the OIR anomaly is further eastward of RF low 2 because you move you reduce the SST bias in the Central Pacific, thus favoring more convection activities in the Central Pacific. So we think this will have other implications to enso-kinetic connections too. We're still looking at these results. And another thing we found is—
You have about 2 minutes.
Okay. Another thing I found is, for example, Amsterdam River, which is another aspect of seasonal forecast. So we have found here that Kai Qin in our group, he has found good prediction results of seasonal Amsterdam River activities. So one thing I want to show it here is that these are all different months initialization of Amsterdam River anomaly correlations. So on the left is without OTA, on the right is with OTA. As you can see, for the North Pacific and also over land, there's higher correlations with OTA. So this corresponds with, if you look at the corresponding SST anomaly, SST bias with OTA, the SST bias is much smaller, which gives you the ability to maybe simulate the correct Amsterdam River climatology over the ocean. So here is something interesting. We found that in terms of Amsterdam River, if you look at the bias of Amsterdam River prediction, so the average overall forecast, with OTA, we actually have larger bias over land in North America. So this is because the OTA reveals some compensating biases in the model. So that because of the resolution, the model has too much penetration into the over land. So once you increase or correct the Amsterdam River frequency over North Pacific, actually increase the bias over land. So this is something that's very interesting that we want to further study. And this is about our Antarctic sea ice prediction that shows the sphere has some improvement over floor. And I just want to show, maybe describe what this is. This is our climate simulations with sphere OTA. So people have been asking when I show the results of OTA, does this work in a longer simulation? And the answer is it does. We can actually integrate the model for a long time with OTA, and it can correct some of the biases, and actually has the same temperature sensitivity for the scenario runs as the sphere low itself. And this is some SAT bias and the tropical SAT standard deviation with OTA compared with sphere itself. Okay, so for the summary, so the sphere models and prediction system, I think equipped with OT and FA, I think provide a great tool to study the impact on model bias on predictability and the predictions. And again, the seamless nature of sphere is very important here, as we can verify forecast with climate simulations and help in different scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Feiyu? I had a quick question, and I think it's coming back to one of your last slides when you showed the comparison for the climate simulations with OTA. Yeah, this one. My question would be, do you see actually reduced variance in your simulations? And I think you see that in this plot, right? OTA seems to be reducing the variance of the system.
Yeah, a little bit. If you look at the tropical SST, it does, the ENSO variability is damped compared with the case without OTA, so the sphere low model itself. But in this case, it looks more closer to observation. But of course, there seems to be some damping effect on the variability here.
Right. So I guess the question that follow-up question is: are you doing the OTA diagnostically or prognostically?
It's prognostic, so it's
right.
Part of the tendency.
Right. I mean, in a sense, this is well known in the ocean modeling community. You do it prognostically, then save those terms, and you read them in diagnostically as a source and sink term, and that's supposed to essentially not damp the variance.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Thank you for the comment. Yes, it does have this this effect. Although OTA, it's we do it. We only make sure it's there's no source and sink in the terms, but as you can see, that may what you describe is affecting the simulation.
Any other questions, comments? I don't see any other questions or comments. Okay, so then we'll go into, we have a break now for about 25 minutes. And we'll continue reports, or not reports, sort of presentations from the modeling centers when we get back. And Suzanne will be chairing the next session. So we'll be back at 1:25 Eastern Time, 11:25 Mountain Time, and 10:25 Pacific Time, I believe, Pacific Daylight Time. So we'll keep the Zoom on. And if you would like to chat with somebody, that you're free to do that. So we'll be back sharp at 25 past the hour. Thank you very much. Yaga, you are ready to go?
Hey, Gökhan.
Hi, Tony. I got your email. Nice to see you. Or
Yeah,
talk to you.
yeah. I mean, I wanted to point out that I don't think pre-Argo I would have ever believed to do such a thing.
Yeah.
But the fact that we have contemporaneous TNS, where you can actually feel better about being able to put in density and down to 2,000 meters, I think kind of led us to thinking that we could try this.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess the question is, the reason I was also mentioning or asking is that we are thinking of essentially doing similar things as well. The concern that we had, or maybe I should say I had, was suppression of variability and whether that has any detrimental impacts or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. Now, it happens I would say, in our model. The tendency is for our ENSO to be too peaked anyway.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it's damped a little bit puts us closer to observations, but I get your point. At least that for that, I mean, I haven't looked at other quantities, but
Yeah.
but I mean, the important thing was to try to say something about drift. Now, one of the things that I thought somebody with your eagle eye would have caught was the fact that the forecasts really in those initial months aren't very different,
Right.
whether you do it or not. And of course, one of the big things we always talk about is bias, right? Bias in models.
Yeah.
But what it's saying to me is that basically it must be pretty linear, because we take it out with the lead dependent climatology. And you know, I mean, if you looked at the absolute values, they would be very different. But in terms of the anomaly, because we can remove it that way, is saying that it must be pretty linear, that we can take it out.
Yeah.
So, but that was why it does seem to matter in other quantities, like precip over with the teleconnections or something, where the SST bias has more of a role in than it would in terms of just ENSO prediction.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway, it was as I said, having Argo seemed to me to give us we should use it in some ways to try to see at the very least what the model is doing, but
yeah,
using it to correct it. So
just a quick comment, Tony. Why does that damp the variability doing that OTA?
Well, as I say, I mean, this is for ENSO, but I'm Jerry, I'm not so sure. But what I am saying is that most climate models, including ours, tend to be too peaked in terms of ENSO. We seem to really want to hit something like a 3 year period. The fact that it damped it and actually works out to be better. And I'm not saying it's correct for the right reason, but that's the case. I think what it is just like probably what Gökhan is thinking of is, of course, we're correcting back to a climatology. I mean, in some sense, we're trying to correct drift,
right?
Which isn't the same, I mean, as the variability. But in terms of ENSO, as I say, that like most models, you don't really get what the observed spectrum looks like, which is because it's much more irregular. Most of our models turn out to be too regular, and we tend to be peaked around 3 years.
Right.
You know, so.
Well, let's go ahead, Suzanne. I guess we can discuss it, Jerry, separately.
Oh,
too.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No worries.
Yeah, just testing. Can you hear me because I switched computers?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, so going into the afternoon session, at least on the East Coast, and the next 4 or 5 presentations are centered around the CESM and E3SM model. And the first presenter is Jager Richter. Can you take over the screen, Jager?
Jager is frozen. Uh-oh. Jager, are you there?
I just saw her next to me and then she disappeared. I hope she
Right.
didn't lose connection.
It looks like she lost connection.
Yeah, maybe we wait a minute, and if she's not coming back, then maybe we can put Steve next, but we could just wait a little bit maybe. There she is.
There she is. Okay.
Hello, you're still muted. Here we are.
Here we are. Sorry, my internet just dropped off for a second. There we go. Should I go ahead?
Okay. Go ahead, and I will give you a 2-minute warning.
Sounds good. Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Jager Richter, and I'm a scientist at the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado, here up on our Mesa Lab Hill. And this is the first presentation out of 3 that will be by NCAR scientists. So I thought I'd give you a little bit overview of NCAR activities in the predictability arena. So before 2020, there were we had some efforts on S2S and seasonal prediction and decadal prediction, but they were very disconnected from each other. So in April 2020, we formed an Earth System Prediction Working Group, whose entire mission is to focus on the advancement of fundamental understanding of Earth system predictability on a time scale ranging from subseasonal to decadal. So I think along with the mission of NCAR, which is primarily a research organization, the working group is focused on research and really understanding the sources of predictability. So although we may do predictions because actionable Earth system science, I think, is important for everybody right now, but our focus here is really on the research. And as many other working groups at NCAR, a large part of what we do involves the community. So in order to meet the above mission, one of the things we plan to do is plan and execute large ensemble initialized hindcast and forecast sets with and also for the community, and serve and promote collaborative multidisciplinary research hub, and develop tools and frameworks to enable ESP research. So for example, a lot of the subseasonal models are ran in operational centers, and researchers at universities can only mostly take the output and look at the output. But what we're trying to do is also offer them a model that they can download and run hindcast and forecast themselves and provide initial conditions, et cetera, to enable Earth system prediction research in a broader community. And the more people we have working on the problem, the further we'll get. All right. So right now where we are with prediction at NCAR, I would say we're at nearly seamless prediction. Our goal is to get to seamless prediction. And again, a little bit of a historical perspective. So we started with our climate model CCM0 back in 1983, and we've been building climate models for over 20 years. So now in 2020, we have CSM2, and it's been used for a long time for century-long climate projections. And a few years ago, Steve Yeager, who we'll talk about later, did decadal prediction with CSM1. We had the decadal prediction large ensemble. And then Julie Carone and Joe Trivia were contributing CSM1 seasonal forecast to NMME. And I started working on subseasonal to seasonal prediction. And these efforts were vastly separated. They were using different initial conditions, different initial procedures.
So what our goal has been for the Earth System Prediction Working Group is really to unify all this effort and go to prediction across timescale with not only one model, but the same set of initial procedures, the same way to generate ensembles, etc. So I'll focus today a little bit on the S2S end and on CSM1 and what we've done with CSM2 lately. Oh, and one other thing I'll mention is the benefits and also downsides of using one model across timescales, and it's that the climatological and subseasonal biases are nearly the same. So what I have here in this top left plot is DJF temperature biases at the surface for a 30-year AMIP simulation. So prescribe SSTs and just run like a climate model. And what I have here on the right panel is the biases in our S2S CSM1 prediction system in week 4. And if I didn't tell you these were different figures, you would probably think it's the same panel because this is how close they are. So basically, and you see the same thing below just for precipitation, the pattern is exactly the same. So whatever bias you have in your model, you're going to have it on the subseasonal timescale and you're going to carry that into your long-term predictions. The nice thing about S2S is that you don't have to wait very long to verify it. The problem with climate projections is that we do, but we really need those predictions to be credible and reliable. And one way to get there is to understand and improve the biases and model error in our S2S predictions, because the biases are basically the same. All right, so a little bit overview of our subseasonal system with CSM1. And this was a project very much focused on the role of the stratosphere. So this was a NOAA-funded effort. It was our first effort in S2S, and it was with collaborators in NOAA, Ezra, so Judith Perlowitz. And what we wanted to determine is how much benefit you get for running your subseasonal system with a better resolved stratosphere. So first, we built our basic system with CSM1, and CSM1 includes coupled atmosphere, land, ocean, sea ice model. And the default atmosphere in our model, has 30 levels with a top nearly at 40 kilometers, and the resolution in the stratosphere is very poor, and there is no QBO in this model. So this is what the tropical winds look like in the model. They are always easterly, and it's no surprise given the model configuration. And the horizontal resolution is 100 kilometers. So we ran a set of hindcasts with this model, and then we ran a second set of hindcasts with a model that is 50% more expensive. It has a better resolved stratosphere. So nothing in the troposphere is different. These models have virtually the same identical tropospheric climate. But the main benefit is that you have an internally generated QBO. It's not perfect, but there is one. And this model also has an excellent frequency of sudden stratospheric warmings. So we ran the subseasonal protocol following the what NOAA Sub-X project was using, and we only did hindcasts 1999 to 2015, 10 ensemble members with the default model, 10 ensemble members with the 46 level model. And we do not have data assimilation at NCAR, so we're dependent on other analysis. So we basically put all analysis in the model and hope for the best. And for this project, we used ERA interim for the atmosphere. We used Crew NCEP to spin up the land, and we started the ocean from JRA 55 Forest Ocean hindcasts. So with this, we learned two things. We learned that CSM1 has really good subseasonal skill. However, we also learned that the addition of the stratosphere did not improve overall prediction skill. So let's start with the first one. So here is the weeks 3-4 2-meter temperature scale for DJF. And I'm comparing to the other US models, so all the models participating in the Sub-X experiment. And the green bar here is the NOAA operational model CFS-V2. The MME7 is the multi-model ensemble using all these Sub-X models, including NOAA. And you see that the multi-mean is always higher than any individual model. Here are the two versions of the NCAR model, and you see they're right on par with the NOAA model, despite that we don't have data assimilation, and despite we've done nothing to this model other than take a climate model and start it from observations. And if you add the two versions of CSM1 to the NOAA models, you can further improve your prediction skill. However, you see these two blue bars are very close, and the differences between them are not statistically significant. So although we paid 50% more to run this 46 level CSM1, there is no overall difference in skill between those two models. It is a little disappointing. However, I think this plot, we still learned useful things about it, because what we've learned is that 65% of the time our model is more skillful than CFS v2. This is based on Breyer skill scores. But more importantly, I think for the purpose of the meeting, is that the multi-model mean is 78% more skillful than CFS v2. So no matter how good your individual model is from any modeling center, if your goal is to produce a better forecast for society, you are much better off. You really should be taking a combination of models to increase that skill. All right, so why didn't we find any improvement from a better resolved, with a model with a better resolved stratosphere? Well, I have a couple of hypotheses. The first one is that we are using a climate model, and global models don't capture teleconnections very well. So this is a paper based on CMIP6 simulations by Kim et al. On the connection of the QBO to the MJO. So in observations, there's this very strong connection between QBO East and QBO West and MJO, and OLR anomalies. This is are represented here by this black line here. So if the models were producing a QBO MJO teleconnection, these circles, which represent individual ensemble members, they would be somewhere close or near this line. And what you see, we took all the models that have a QBO in CMIP6, and not a single one even comes close to the line. So if we're not seeing the teleconnections in models, if you're running them as a subseasonal model, likely you're not getting those teleconnections. Here's a similar figure from a paper that just came out on QJRMS. Again, using climate models, a little old ones, because these are from the QBOI experiment, but similar figure showing the teleconnection of the QBO to the NAO. Perhaps you can say this is a little bit better. This is what our observations are showing, but the individual models you see are a little bit all over the place. Maybe just one or a couple are showing you what the observations are showing. So if you're not capturing teleconnections in the models, then perhaps you're not really going to be capturing the effects of them in subseasonal prediction. And another reason I think we didn't see much difference is because stratospheric initial conditions on a very short week 3-4 time scale basically hold to the window. So if you initialize the QBO in a particular phase and look at the correlation coefficient at the end of your forecast window, so let's look at day 42. If you have an internally generated QBO, you have really high skill. It's like a 0.96. But if you don't, your skill is really not that much lower. You still have a correlation of 0.93. So it's really not making that much of a difference because you're looking at a time period so close to initialization. If you went to seasonal prediction, this likely would be a very different picture because the ACC of the model without a QBO is dropping off really quickly. But for the short time scale, if you start with a particular phase of the QBO, even your poorest model is going to hold that condition. All right, so there was CSM1, and now since we have moved on to CSM2, and we've been running subseasonal prediction with 2 versions of the model. And this is again with support of NOAA, especially for the CSM2 predictions with WACM. So CSM2 CAM6, again, is our basic model. Now we've gone up to 32 levels, but the top is still about 40 kilometers. There are prognostic aerosols. There's no interactive chemistry here. And we repeated the weekly reforecasts, 45 days long, but we extended them now to 2020. And we're also been running now in real time for this model since April 2021. And again, with this system, we wanted to see with a higher top of the model increased skill, maybe their interactive chemistry. And that's why we started running CSM2 WACM6. This is the most expensive model that we have. The cost of this model is almost 8-fold the cost of CAM6. So this is a significant investment in computing. It has a top at 140 kilometers, which makes it also really hard to initialize. So what we are doing is nudging to MERA2 reanalysis on an hourly time scale. And then the top of the model just adjusts to that. So this model has interactive non-orographic parametrization for convection and front, also have prognostic aerosols, and it has fully interactive tropospheric and stratospheric chemistry. So that's the most comprehensive model we have. And because of the cost for the reforecast, we're only able to carry out 5 members. But other than that, the protocol is the same, and we've been running it real time since September of 2020. And there are slight differences in how we initialize the ocean and needs due to the real-time requirement when we had to go online, but they do not really make much difference. Okay, so here's our skill with CSM2, and I'm showing here different versions of CSM2 and CSM1. And in the square brackets, what you see is the number of ensemble members. As we know, the more members you have higher skill. So in order to compare WACM, for which we only had 5 members in the hindcast set, it's fair to look at the CSM2 CAM6 and CSM1 CAM5 also with 5 members. But what you see, basically, there is no significant difference between any of these models in overall prediction skill. So whether you're using CSM2 low top, CSM2 WACM6, it makes very little difference. Your overall surface temperature and precipitation skill is very similar. The same thing really holds for the MJO, except we had predictability to about 26 days in CSM1. And in CSM2, we're down to 24, and it's the same for the low top and a high top model. But this is still quite good considering the model has about 100-kilometer horizontal resolution. So we have now these reforecast sets, and what we envision them is that they're going to serve as a basis for additional experiments, which I'll discuss in a few moments. And in the meantime, we are using the forecast with these models to contribute to the NOAA operational week 3-4 outlook. So we run CSM2 or CSM2 WACM. We submit that to the SubX project. So right now that consists of a total of 8 models, including WACM or CSM. And then every Friday, NOAA puts out the operational outlook. So, you know, as a research center, we're never going to put out a forecast, but since we have a really good skilled model, I think it's useful to do some science in service of society and contribute that to NOAA. All right, so I'm going to spend the rest of this talk discussing additional experiments that we're carrying out with our modeling framework to really hone in on these sources of predictability. So first, a few examples. So we're doing experiments in support of the SNAP-SI project, or Stratospheric Nudging and Predictable Surface Impacts. So these are coordinated experiments among subseasonal forecasting models to examine the response of the troposphere to a specified stratospheric evolution. And the focus is on 3 sudden stratospheric warmings. So we've done run with observed initialization. And in addition, the protocol asks for runs with stratosphere nudge to observations and stratosphere nudge to climatology. So again, having now the model in-house and having the ability to fiddle with it allows us to hone in on these sources of predictability. So unfortunately, I don't have any results from these. These are going directly to SNAP-SI. Another project that we're working on is investigating the role of sea surface temperatures. So we're rerunning a hindcast set where we replace the observed ocean and sea surface temperatures with climatology. And the purpose of this is to really quantify how much does the ocean contribute at what overland areas and what season. So then we can perhaps go ahead and address the biases, know exactly when the ocean is important. And the last one is we're looking at a case study of the January 2021 sudden stratospheric warming. And I will go into this one in more detail. So we were very excited when we got our prediction system going in September that only a few months later, there was a sudden stratospheric warming. So sudden stratospheric warmings are the most exciting thing that happens for the stratospheric community. They happen about once every other year and usually only one time per winter. So yes, we do wait quite a while for those. And what this black line shows you is the climatological 60-degree north, zonal mean wind and 10 hectopascal. And what you see when you get a sudden warming, it also comes with a reversal of the zonal mean wind. So you see this pink line here that the winds are decelerating very fast in a time scale of a couple of days and then even change direction. So in observation, the sudden warming came on January 5th, 2021. And why do we care for subseasonal prediction? Is because what I have here on the right is the typical pattern of surface anomalies in the month following the SSW, and this is based on the composite of historical warmings. So what
please, you have 2 minutes left.
Great. So the surface pattern usually is associated with cooling over Eurasia and warming over the northern US. And what you see here is that our WACM forecast verified quite well. Oh, this is just CPC verification. So the same pattern was seen at the surface after the warming. So what we've done in our model, which captured the event really well. So this is the CSM2 forecast. This is CPC verification. And you can see that they're very similar. We were one of the 2 sub-X models that actually captured the pattern. Most of the other models really bombed this forecast. So we were excited and thought, gosh, this for sure must be from the sudden warming, right? So we used our system to remove the warming. We scrambled the stratospheric initial conditions by nudging the stratosphere just to climatology. And we kept nudging the troposphere to observations. And what you see here is this plot in what I'm pointing to. And we see here, however, that the forecast is nearly exactly the same. So unfortunately, for this particular event, the stratosphere did not contribute to the surface prediction. And again, disappointing, but this is why we have the research system to investigate these factors. So anyway, I'll skip the summary and just talk a little minute about challenges and opportunities. I think we know that model bias affects predictability across timescales. The closer connection between model development and subseasonal prediction could be a great platform for a model validation. In particular, the more accurate representations of teleconnections and associated extremes in subseasonal framework could also likely lead to reliable climate projections. So I hope we can work between these 2 different factors a little closer, and I think it would be a benefit of all. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody has questions? You can either indicate it in the chat or raise your hand. There's one comment by Steve Paulson in the chat. I don't know if this is serious or a fun comment. Can you see it? He's saying, Yaga, you think sudden warmings are still more exciting than QBO disruptions in the stratosphere?
Well, I would say the QBO disruptions are far more exciting because we've only had 2, and sudden warmings are really consistent in comparison to that. And we do not understand QBO disruptions whatsoever. So yeah, hopefully maybe next year, then we'll be rooting for a QBO disruption once we have our high vertical resolution system going.
I don't see any more questions or hand raised. If I miss someone, please just shout in. Okay, maybe not. So we can move on to the next speaker. So thank you, Yaga. That was very exciting. The next speaker is Steve Yeager, and please take over the screen if you can. Yes, and we are sticking with the CESM theme.
Right, so I'm going to present some results of our work at NCAR, looking at the sensitivity to ensemble size, primarily in multi-year to decadal prediction systems. And so what I thought I'd do in this talk is first just step back and talk a little bit about prediction in the large ensemble limit. What are we expecting from an increase in ensemble size as far as improving our prediction skill, and then spend the rest of the time showing some lessons learned so far from our CSM decadal prediction large ensemble. So I thought it would be helpful, at least it was for me, to take a look at George Bohr's 2013 paper, where he kind of derives these relationships of how skill score depends on ensemble size. And so what I'm showing here in the top are just a conceptual representation of observed variability that can be split into phenomena that are potentially predictable and then noise components that are not predictable. And in our initialized hindcasts or uninitialized historical simulations, we can perform a similar decomposition conceptually. And the potentially predictable component has both forced and internal components that are indicated with the F and I here. And then if we the ensemble average of a large ensemble of uninitialized or initialized hindcasts, what we're doing is we're reducing the noise component in the initialized predictions by 1/m, where m is the ensemble size. And we're left with this potentially predictable forced and internal variability in the large ensemble limit. Now, if m is only 10, and we're only reducing the noise variance by 1 order of magnitude, which isn't all that much. We'd much prefer m to be, order hundreds or thousands, but generally m is order 10. And if we do a similar ensemble average for an uninitialized set, then there's differences in the internal variability across members, and so we're also eliminating this this internal variability, and we're left with the variance of the forced component in the large ensemble limit. And it's commonly assumed, probably wrongly, that these two forced variances are the same. So what we're really interested in, maybe the holy grail, is what the real world predictable variance fraction is. So this ratio of the potentially predictable variance over the total variance in nature. And of course, we don't know what this is. We know what the denominator is, but we have no observations for the numerator. And so we use our simulated initialized hindcast to approximate the predictable variance fraction of the real world. And we do that in the large ensemble limit by looking at the ratio of the ensemble average variance to total variance. And we can note that the predictable variance fraction of the ensemble average, which is what this ratio represents, goes to 1 in the large ensemble limit. And so what George nicely showed in this paper is that if we think about correlation skill, now we're correlating the initialized hindcasts with the observations. It's weighted out front by the square root of these predictable variance fractions. And in the large ensemble limit, there's an inherent predictability limit out here. In other words, you can't have a higher correlation skill than the square root of the predictable variance fraction, even if your model can perfectly predict or perfectly represent the internal variability in the system through initialization and through well-developed model physics. Even if R is 1, there's always this inherent predictability limit. And thinking about the topic of this workshop, limits of predictability, I think what we're primarily interested in is this script R, which is the reducible predictability limit associated with model fidelity. So this is things like initialization techniques, model physics, overall fidelity of the prediction system. And we'd like to explore how to reduce that moving forward. But we're sort of hamstrung by this other component of reducible predictability, which is this limit associated with finite ensemble size. So the finite ensemble, we've got this extra term out front that is reducing our skill relative to what it could be with an infinite ensemble. And so a few other relations, we can think about the model potential correlation skill. So how well does the model predict itself? And in the large ensemble limit, that's the square root of this predictable variance fraction. And that leads us to this now famous ratio of predictable components that Rosie Eade and Scaife and Smith have written about, which is the ratio of the correlation with observations over the model predicting itself, which again reverts to this form in the large ensemble limit.
And that provides a lower bound for this ratio that we're ultimately interested in, which is how different is the predictability of the real world to that of the model. And so to explore these issues and to examine how decadal prediction skill in particular is sensitive to model ensemble size, we did this decadal prediction large ensemble experiment back in 2017 using the CESM1 model. Here are the characteristics of the model components that we used, all order 1 degree horizontal resolution. And we had this 40-member uninitialized large ensemble already in hand. And so we were excited to do a 40-member initialized ensemble to complement this 40-member uninitialized ensemble. And this is a very expensive experiment, 26,000 simulation years. It gives unprecedented statistical power for quantifying the impacts of initialization and ensemble size, made possible by multi-agency support. And it's been documented in this Bamster paper in 2018. So here's a figure from that paper just demonstrating decadal skill in predicting annual sea surface temperature. You can see quite high skill out to lead years 5 through 9, especially in the Atlantic and Western Pacific sectors. And so using these large ensembles, we were able to demonstrate convincingly that there is significant skill improvement associated with the initialization, not necessarily due to improved representation of internal variability alone, but certainly the initialization improved the skill over and above the 40-member uninitialized ensemble. So that's for SST, and then if you look at surface air temperature over land and look at detrended surface air temperature skill, we see similar long-lasting patterns of skill improvement associated with initialization. And I'm just highlighting here Southwestern US and Europe and Eurasia, again at decadal lead times. So we looked at how this skill is a function of ensemble size for two seasonal predictions of regional precipitation, one over Northern Europe and the other over the Sahel region here. These are the time series of JAS precipitation for Northern Europe, and then for the Sahel, black is the observed, red is the 40-member DPLE initialized ensemble mean, and then blue is the uninitialized ensemble mean. And so for Northern Europe, that skill asymptotes after about 20 ensemble members flattens out, and certainly that large ensemble size helps in confidently discriminating the initialized skill from the uninitialized skill, and that's what's represented down here at the bottom, which is the delta ACC between red and blue here, which 95% confidence interval crosses the 0 line at about 15 members. And then for the Sahel, we found much improved skill with initialization. So red was distinguished from blue even after 5 members, and we were able to achieve a skill score for Sahel summer precipitation of above 0.7 of the 40-member ensemble. And so, as I said, we found that for precipitation, regional seasonal precipitation on decadal timescales, it seems like order 20 ensemble members is desirable. And then now looking at the RPC, the ratio of predictable components in the bottom panel here, that's shown in the yellow curve, which is the ability of the model ensemble mean to predict individual members. So it's a distribution of skill scores here. And then the ratio of red to yellow is the RPC, which turns out is above 1 for both of these regions, but slightly larger for the Sahel. So we've got about a factor of 2 for this RPC score, suggesting that the model predictable component is about 50% of what it should be. but we found much stronger sensitivity to ensemble size for North Atlantic blocking and the NAO. And that was shown in this paper that came out in 2020 by Panos Athanasiadis. And what I'm showing you here in the top left is the time series for high latitude blocking in the North Atlantic. The blue line is NSAP Bank-Harvey analysis, and then the red line is the DPLE ensemble mean, giving a correlation score of 0.65. That increases to about 0.9 when you do additional temporal smoothing, giving you the solid red curve here. And we got similar skill for wintertime NAO. So with smooth NAO, we were getting skill scores of above 0.8, 0.85. Now the right-hand plots show how that skill varies with different combinations of lead year, with the diagonal here representing single season means, and then this X giving the highest correlation, which for high latitude blocking was lead years 1 through 8, and for NAO was lead years 2 through 8. And finally, on the far right, this plot shows the skill as a function of ensemble size for each of these blocks. And it shows that we have ever increasing skill even out to 40 members for both blocking and NAO. And so even though we have quite low skill at predicting seasonal NAO, as indicated by this diagonal here, we've got quite high skill at predicting decadal NAO and blocking. So the curves here suggest we haven't saturated it at 40 members, and other multi-model studies suggest that further skill improvement is possible with an even larger ensemble. And I'm sure Doug Smith will talk about that tomorrow. But it's interesting to note that with 40 members, our skill at predicting lead year 2 through 9 NAO falls outside of the 95% confidence range from Smith et al. 2019 paper, which was a multi-model study. So this highlights the need for large ensembles to investigate this sort of predictability within a given model, and to be able to compare to the sensitivity to different model physics or model resolutions. We can't always rely on multi-model studies to investigate those questions. So just looking at a few other variables and looking at the sensitivity to ensemble size, what this map shows is again from DPLE. It's for 2 different seasons, JAS on the top and JM on the bottom. The top row will show the difference in correlation skill score, and then the bottom is the mean squared skill score, comparing an ensemble size of 40 to a subsampled ensemble, in this case, a 5-member ensemble. And so when we do this comparison, we see a fairly ubiquitous skill improvement in all fields, particularly for SLP and precipitation, but also for SST, although the skill improvement in SST is notably lower than for these more atmospheric fields. And as we go to larger ensemble size, we see lower and lower skill improvement. In particular, for SST, we're seeing essentially no skill difference between a 10-member ensemble and a 40-member ensemble. And by the time we start comparing a 40-member to a 20-member ensemble, the only place that we're really seeing skill improvement is in wintertime sea level pressure, sort of in this NAO region. And so I guess the bottom line is that an ensemble size of 40 maybe is not necessary for decadal prediction for all fields. I also want to mention that the DPLE is giving us an indication that the larger ensemble size is also improving our ability to understand model predictability mechanisms. So this is an example from a paper that I wrote last year. And I'm not going to go through the details of this figure, but on the left is a correlation map for different components of the upper ocean heat budget, where I'm comparing DPLE to the forced ocean hindcast that was used to initialize it. And on the right is the square root of the predictable variance fraction. So what the model spread is indicating as being predictable. And so these two metrics are directly comparable. And it's showing that the model spread suggests much higher predictability than is actually realized in the correlation scale score, even though the same ocean model is used and the same initial conditions are used between DPLE and FOSSI. So what it's highlighting is where RPC is less than 1, in other words, where the right-hand panels are larger than the left, it's highlighting inaccurate atmospheric signals. So the model believes that there's a predictable signal, but it's inaccurate. It's different from the JRA 55 reanalysis that was actually used to generate the FOSSI. Another example where the large ensemble size has proved beneficial is in exploring state-dependent predictability. So, of course, we need well-resolved PDFs for robust probabilistic skill metrics. And in this study by Christensen et al., she looked at the relative entropy from North Atlantic upper ocean heat content, showing that this probabilistic skill measure shows significant variations from year to year. Relied heavily on the large ensemble, both the initialized and uninitialized, to be able to produce this analysis. And finally, I just wanted to highlight this study by Liz Maroon et al. That just came out. This is looking at the 2015 cold blob in the North Atlantic, which is indicated here by this ERSST V5 anomaly from summertime of 2015, showing this very large, deep, cold anomaly in the North Atlantic that was completely missed by our 40-member large ensemble. And so the existence of this ensemble, 40 members, showing orange down at the bottom, really allowed us to conclude confidently that it's not just a sampling issue. We even expanded the ensemble to a 60-member and found that it's not simply due to a lack of resolving the tails of the PDF. We really do seem to have a prediction system failure in this region that wouldn't have been evident without the large ensemble. So just some concluding remarks. I think that predictability limits associated with prediction system design, so model formulation, initialization, physics, resolution, etc., can be obscured by insufficient ensemble size. And so the question I guess I'm posing is, do we need to be in a skill-saturated regime to explore impacts of system design choices? Because otherwise we're confounding different limits of predictability. Now, I don't have an answer of what a sufficient ensemble size is. It's clearly a function of field, timescale, region, and skill metric, whether it's deterministic or probabilistic. I'd say in general, more is better, particularly for general purpose community data sets. So as many ensemble members as can be afforded. The DPLE experience has shown that in general, larger ensemble sizes required for atmospheric fields. It looks like order 20 seems to be adequate for deterministic predictions of regional seasonal rainfall. The winter SLP in the North Atlantic, so studying NAO decay predictability, really appears to be an outlier and requires extremely large ensembles. I think for intermodal skill comparisons, we need more ensembles than current protocols recommend, which is an ensemble size of 10. So we can't even begin to assess why some models might do a better job of predicting NAO and decay timescales than others, because not enough modeling centers do these large ensemble predictions. I also wanted to underscore that our experience with DPLE is showing benefits of the large ensemble, not just for improving skill, but for really advancing our mechanistic understanding. I showed a couple examples, but there are others of using these to composite to show how skill varies across the ensemble. And finally, I just wanted to mention that from the Earth System Prediction Working Group that Yaga introduced, we have now done a CESM2 seasonal to multi-year large ensemble, in this case 20 member. We're calling this the SMILE experiment, and this will be a new community resource for studying Earth system predictability out to 2 years. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Again, time for questions. So there's one in the chat. Changai, do you want to just ask it in person? Okay, I can just read it. Or Stephen, can you read them?
I can't see the chat.
Okay, yeah. So there's two questions. The first one is from Chenga Lee. How do we get the change of frequency of extreme events from ensemble forecasts? I can imagine the result may be very sensitive to the size of ensemble, right?
Certainly, I think it will be sensitive to the size of ensemble when you start looking at details of any PDF. So when I showed the high latitude blocking result, this is in fact an analysis of the frequency of climate extremes. So this is the frequency of wintertime blocking days, and it's computed from daily Z500 during the winter season over the North Atlantic. So these are actual, this time series represents the frequency of blocking events. And as you can see from this skill as a function of ensemble size curve, it clearly is it is sensitive to the size of the ensemble, but I don't have a general answer for all extremes.
Yeah, so there's another comment by Doug. Doug, do you want us to say it, or should I read it too?
Yeah, I can say it. Thanks for a great talk, Steve. So just on your conclusion that the NAO, is the only thing that needs a large ensemble, I would say that if you want to capture the impacts of the NAO on surface temperature and precipitation, for example, then you also need a large ensemble for that. But you can't just take the ensemble mean. You need to select the ensemble members that have the correct magnitude of the NAO diagnosed from your forecast. But you still need the large ensemble to be able to select those members. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you showed that in your last paper.
Yeah.
Would you call that AMV compositing or
NAO matching? I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I kind of lumped that in my bullet point here of advancing mechanistic understanding. I think doing that sort of compositing or subsampling of a large ensemble is really a key benefit to having a large ensemble, not just the improved skill.
Yeah.
I see one from Tony. Do you think the way to create ensembles could also be important? I'm not sure if that's important for the decadal time scale. It certainly is for subseasonal. I don't think we have any evidence that we need to really pay attention to that for the decadal problem. Because after a month, I think spread is going to be pretty fully developed in a decadal prediction system, but that's my opinion.
Thank you, Steve. We move on perfectly in time to Ruby.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ruby, can you take over the screen?
Yes, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go full screen mode. Okay, yeah, so thank you for the opportunity to introduce some DOE activities related to predictability. So my focus today would be on actionable science and predictability. And when I present, I'll definitely be showing the work of many that I'll be showing. So first of all, what do we mean by actionable science? So this is an important goal for E3SM. I think there are definitely three aspects that we want to focus on. The first is that we want to enable societally relevant science, especially related to energy sector, but of course, not only limited to the energy sector. So we emphasize regional climate, we emphasize extreme events, and also human Earth system interactions. For the information that we provide to be actionable, I think it's important that we have certain level of model fidelity, as well as providing the information with sufficient spatial specificity. So for that, we put a lot of efforts into looking at improving the physics as well as the model resolution. And then the third aspect, also really important when we talk about actionable science, is uncertainty quantification, especially, for example, using ensemble modeling. So in the last few years, we have put in a lot of efforts really on the resolution problem as well as the human Earth system problem. So here, for example, we developed our model with capabilities to do regional refinement so that we can go to higher resolution within region. But we have also developed a global cloud resolving model now that we can run at 3 kilometer resolution. This is one example where we are showing the simulation of the mesoscale convective systems globally. And we also put in a lot of effort in incorporating representation of human systems into our Earth system model. But gradually now, we also started looking into doing large ensemble modeling as well as surrogate construction of for automating the tuning. So today I'm going to, because we are talking about predictability, so I'm going to focus a little bit more on ensemble modeling, as well as giving some examples of regional climate and extreme events. So this is an outline of my talk. So for large ensemble modeling, I'm going to introduce two efforts. One is a university project funded by our IGIM program, but we are collaborating with them on creating large ensemble simulations using U3SM V1. And the second example is a recent effort that we started asking the question, like, if our interest is in extreme events, how big a large ensemble needs to be? And then given the fact that now there's a lot of interest in understanding what might be happening in this summer with respect to wildfires. So I think it would be also quite interesting to show how we can take advantage of multimodal ensemble as well as large ensemble simulations to look at California winter precipitation changes in the past as well as in the future, and also in terms of wildfires. So these are the work based on two specific projects, the Hyperflexus and the WECOM project. So we look at external forcing versus internal variability and how model biases might have something to do with the projection of California precipitation changes, and also using explainable AI to look at the factors driving wildfires. So now on to my first topic, which is to use the U3SM model to perform large ensemble simulations. So this is the work led by a university project. So De Lorenzo is the PI with U3SM with Luke Renvoco collaborating with them. So they're using the V1 model at low resolution, so roughly 100 kilometer in the atmosphere and 30 to 60 kilometer in the ocean. Generating 20 members of historical simulation and also 20 members for the 21st century following the SSP 370. So in order to create the large ensemble simulation, they are using a macro approach where they are sampling from a pre-industrial simulation at different time of the simulation corresponding to very different land, ocean, atmosphere state. But they have some innovation in terms of how they do that. So this is quite interesting that the initial conditions are selected based on ocean basin state. So what they did is to essentially perform a EOF analysis where they can identify the the EOF, the principal component over the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. And then you can map out the phase diagram of the Atlantic Ocean first PC, and then also the Pacific Ocean first PC. And then throughout the 500 years of pre-industrial simulation, you see how the simulation evolved among the different states of these two principal components. And then they almost evenly sample this phase space to generate 20 ensemble members. So with this macro approach, they started looking at the ensemble spread, for example, in the ocean heat content. So this is showing a comparison of the U3SM large ensemble simulation generated using this particular macro approach between 60 south and 60 degree north compared to other large ensemble simulations. So these are normalized. So what we see is that apparently, at least for the ocean heat content over this region, U3SM large ensemble seems to have a larger ensemble spread compared to other models. But this is not always the case. If you look at a specific basin, such as the Eastern Pacific, the U3SM large ensemble spread is quite comparable to other model. So this is this set of simulation for the historical run has recently been completed, and they are now starting to do the simulation for the future. So now on to my second topic, which is about asking the question, if our interest is in extreme events, how large an ensemble need to be? And so this question itself is a little bit ill-posed because it really depends on what you wanted to do. So we are particularly looking at two questions here. So this is work led by Claudia Tebaldi as part of the U3SM project. So the first question we ask is, how many ensemble members do we need to identify the force component, like the response to the external forcing? Especially for the fact that most climate modeling centers, including U3SM, we usually generate a small ensemble, like 5 members, right? So a logical question would be, given a small ensemble of 5 members, what can we learn about how large an ensemble we need to have? And then the second is related to internal variability. So the question we ask is, how many ensemble members are needed to fully characterize the size of internal variability, as well as detecting possible changes due to external forcing? So for this, we are using 2 large ensemble simulations based on CESM and the Canadian model. And I'm mostly going to show the results based on CESM, but the results are also verified for the Canadian model as well. So we look at both point scale to global scale, and then we look at a large number of extreme variables based on these kind of indices, but I'm mostly going to show the results for 2 variables. One is the warmest night of the year, and then the second one is the average daily precipitation amount of the 5 consecutive wettest days of the year. So looking at the first question, how many ensemble members we need in order to really get a good estimate of the force component or the signal? So a relevant quantity is really this expected error of the mean signal, which is essentially the sigma over square root of n. So as n, the number of ensemble member becomes larger, so this quickly drop off. So one relevant question is, number one, can we estimate this sigma based on only 5 ensemble members that most modeling centers have? And then secondly, how good is using this formula to estimate the expected error compared to the actual error when you compare the signal estimated based on different ensemble size versus the truth, which is based on the full ensemble size? So this is the results based on the warmest day of the year, and we're showing the results using different number of ensemble members from 1 member all the way to 35 members. And this is showing the actual error as a fraction of the expected error. So anything below 100% means that it is a good estimate. So you can see that mostly at around like 15 to 20 ensemble members, you see that this is a pretty good estimate because this expected error is quite a bit below this 100%. And this is also true for the rainfall as well, the wettest consecutive 5 days. We also see that about 15 to 20 ensemble members would be good enough to really estimate the error associated with estimating the signal. But those are based on global mean. So, but more importantly, people would be interested in looking at point values. So here we're showing the spatial map of the point values. So anything that is dark green means that the estimated error is close to is above 100%, meaning that this ensemble member would not be good enough. So what we see is that mostly are also around 20 ensemble members or so for both the temperature as well as the precipitation extreme. You see very few grid points that have this dark red color, meaning again that 20 to 20 members or so would be good enough to estimate the signal. Similarly, we also look at the internal variability. So here we're showing 4 time period. So we're showing the ensemble members that you need in order to estimate the internal variability that would be indistinguishable from estimating it based on the full ensemble. And so we see that mostly this light blue color means that you only need about 5 ensemble members. Only in very specific regions, sometimes you might need more than 5, like 10 ensemble members. And lastly, we also look at like, how about detecting the change in internal variability due to external forcing. So here we compare the change in the variance of different time period. Any places where you see a color means that a change is detected, and then the actual color corresponds to how many ensemble members you need in order to detect the change that you found in the full ensemble. So for temperature, mostly we detected a change in the variance over the high latitude in the Arctic region, probably related to changes in the sea ice. But again, you see mostly light blue color, meaning that 5 ensemble member would be good enough to detect the change. For precipitation, there are changes in the variance across different regions, especially over the tropical area and some over the storm tracks. But mostly, again, light blue color, meaning that you don't really need a large number of ensemble members. Overall, this exercise tells us that an ensemble of about 20 members would be good enough to really tell us a lot about extreme events, both in terms of the signal as well as in terms of the variance. So now on to the third topic, which is about California winter precipitation changes. We are really, we all know that there is a large uncertainty in projecting future changes in California winter precipitation. And our question is, how much do the uncertainty in the model response to external forcing or the uncertainty due to internal variability contribute to the total uncertainty in both looking at the past changes in the 40 years as well as looking at the future? So first of all, it's really important to note that based on observation in the last 40 years, California precipitation has already decreased by 38%. And so when we look at a large number of simulations, including from CMIP 5 and CMIP 6, a total of 129 simulations, and also 3 large ensembles, and I'm mostly going to show the results for the Canadian model. So there's a large number of simulations, and you see this is showing the uncertainty coming from the CMIP simulations, and then the bottom is the uncertainty coming from the large ensemble simulation, both showing very large uncertainty in the precipitation trend in the last 40 years in the simulation over California as well as over the storm track region. So overall, we see that internal variability contribute more than 80% to the total uncertainty of California precipitation changes in the past 40 years. So why is that? So what is contributing to this large uncertainty due to internal variability? So when you look at intermember regression of a particular large ensemble, such as the Canadian model, the precipitation trend of the last 40 years in the simulation is very much correlated to a sea surface temperature pattern, which is basically the signature of the interdecadal Pacific Oscillation, the IPO. To really confirm that, we estimated the IPO index and do a correlation with the precipitation change. And again, you identify that it has a strong correlation with the multi-decadal precipitation change over California. So how does the IPO affect California precipitation changes? Essentially through 2 different mechanisms. One is by changing the allusion low pressure, the sea level pressure. So this is changing the precipitation amount over California due to the low pressure system, as well as extending eastward extension of the jet stream, also steering storms towards California. So these are how internal variability affecting California precipitation. But over the last 40 years, based on observation, there has been a decreasing trend in this IPO index. And so this is why in the observation, we have already been seeing a 38% reduction in California precipitation. But there's no reason why a large ensemble simulation would be able to capture this, because it's not an initialized set of decadal prediction, right? So when we look at, for example, this Canadian large ensemble simulation, looking at the precipitation trend over the last 40 years, on average, it only shows a very small wetting trend corresponding to the response to the external forcing. So if we remove the linear regression between the precipitation trend and the IPO trend within the large ensemble, you can reduce the uncertainty, which is shown by the red PDF over here. But on top of that, if we add back the observed IPO trend in the last 40 years, the large ensemble can actually produce a mean change in the precipitation falling within the observational record. So now looking at future changes in California precipitation, we again see that internal variability contribute a very large fraction, like 70% of the total uncertainty in projecting the end of the century precipitation compared to the end of the last century. Some of these uncertainty is related to the El Nino-like warming, sea surface temperature warming pattern, which has been discussed in the past. For example, we see that for the Canadian model, large ensemble, the larger the El Nino-like warming pattern, the more the ensemble member would predict an increase in the California precipitation in the future. But unfortunately, the models really have very large uncertainty in terms of predicting whether in the future the warming over the Pacific Ocean would be El Nino-like versus La Nina-like. For example, if you look at the CMIP 5 simulations, they are all over the place. Some models predict an El Nino-like warming pattern, some predict a La Nina-like warming pattern. But very interestingly, there has been a significant change going from CMIP 5 to CMIP 6 in that all of a sudden, in CMIP 6, almost most of the models now project that there would be a El Nino-like warming pattern rather than a La Nina-like warming pattern. But within large ensemble, there are also large uncertainties. So overall, internal variability also contribute a lot to this El Nino versus La Nina-like warming pattern, with different large ensemble, some showing El Nino-like and some showing La Nina-like. And this is partly related, the internal variability, it is again identified to be associated with the contribution coming from the IPO. So I think it's really important to recognize that even if we work a lot on the model, trying to improve the model to reduce model uncertainty, potentially we can only reduce about 30% of the uncertainty because 70% is related to internal variability, which is almost irreducible. So now the question becomes, okay, what can we do to reduce this 30% of the uncertainty in the response to the external forcing? Apparently, I think there's some hope that looking at this El Nino-like warming pattern, understanding why some models project La Nina-like, some models project El Nino-like would be very interesting. Then we also look at like the difference between CMIP 5 and CMIP 6, and what we find is that projecting California precipitation changes also has a lot of influence coming from model biases. For example, we find that the double IDCC bias has an important influence on predicting California precipitation changes. And the mechanism is actually pretty simple for the fact that models that tend to have a double IDCC bias also tend to produce more precipitation over the Pacific Ocean just by getting wetter. And so the diabatic heating coming from this get wetter pattern over here essentially induce a dipole temperature pattern. And this is causing a change in the jet stream as well as a change in the elution load. And therefore we would expect model that has a double ITCC bias would have certain characteristics in terms of predicting precipitation changes. And
Ruby, 2 minutes, please.
Yep, and therefore we can actually use this double ITCC to constrain the model prediction. And what we found is that by including this observed double ITCC, we actually see that the projection of California precipitation in the future would become almost like no wetting. But interestingly, this emergent constraint doesn't work anymore in CMIP5, potentially maybe because the CMIP5, in the CMIP6 models, the double ITCC problem is no longer a dominant mode of model biases. Lastly, very quick, just use 1 minute to talk about this wildfire. So we have developed a machine learning model using extreme gradient boosting method to predict monthly burn area. And then we use this explainable AI type of technique called Shapley additive explanation to give us information about how the machine learning model, what variables are actually important for predicting the wildfire for different months of, for example, for California. Now I'm showing you 3 different years. And we see that most of the time, in order to predict wildfires, you always need to use 3 variables. One is the fuel moisture, the other one is soil moisture, and also the VPD or the vapor pressure deficit. But these variables are not very discriminative in terms of predicting very big wildfires, such as the 2020 wildfires. For this, we find that the 2020 wildfires has a lot to do with the large-scale circulation pattern having stagnant circulation over the Western United States, directing dry, hot air from inland towards California. So overall, the question becomes like, how well can we actually predict the large-scale circulation pattern on top of this backdrop of having the drought, ongoing drought in California, and the warmer temperature that increases the VPD. So overall, just a very quick summary. We have been, a university project in collaboration with USCMS has been using the V1 model to do a large ensemble simulation. We look at existing large ensemble simulations to estimate that roughly 20 to 25 ensemble members would be good enough, even when we are looking at extreme events. And we demonstrated a bottom-up approach where you can just use 5 ensemble members to really inform you how many ensemble members would be needed. And then for California precipitation, I think that the understanding in internal variability is really important. And so the large ensemble simulation would be important in informing the uncertainty as well as communicating the uncertainty to stakeholders. These kind of simulations really also helpful for us to identify where we should target our effort in terms of model development. For example, we identified the double ITCC to be important in the CMIP5 model in predicting California precipitation. But apparently in the CMIP6, the El Nino-like warming pattern become much more important. And why is that the case? We require more analysis. And then lastly, in terms of wildfires, I think the relevant question is really for the upcoming summer season. This summer season, even though California is in a drought condition, how predictable is the large-scale circulation pattern as the S-to-S time scale would be really relevant, because the large-scale circulation patterns are most important in distinguishing the very big fires in 2020 and 2017. All right, so with that, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ruby. That was a lot.
Yes.
Yes, please, as usual, raise your hand or write in the comment box if you want to ask a question. I see one. Oh, I see a bunch. Isla?
Yeah, the change in CMIP5 to CMIP6 and so like response is interesting. I was wondering if you'd looked at the past and whether the observations, this kind of cooling trend that people have argued, is that more outside of the CMIP6 distribution than CMIP5?
Yeah, really good question. We haven't looked at that yet. Indeed, this is actually something that we have been thinking about looking, right? Just like looking at the IPO trend in the last 40 years has been helpful in understanding whether the California drying is really internal variability or not. I think looking at the El Nino-like warming pattern would be very important. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you.
There's a question by Maria.
Hi, Ruby. Super interesting talk. I wanted to ask a question about your wildfire work and the explainable AI method. I was curious about how you're all handling if there are some potential correlations between some of the input variables used for training the XGBoost. Yeah, so how would you assess importance with some potential correlations between variables?
Yeah, so in this particular model that we use, we actually provided a total of about 25 predictors. So this extreme gradient boosting technique would select which variable would be more important for different region and for different months of the year. Yes, you're right. I mean, definitely we know that there are correlation among these variables. Like the VPD would be very much correlated with temperature, and there are some correlation between drought and VPD, etc. I think this is handled by the extreme gradient boosting method, and so yeah, I don't think I give you a very good answer for that, but essentially we did not particularly, we did do some analysis in this paper that we published about some of the correlation among the variables. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Doug, do you want to?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Ruby. So I just wanted to make a comment on how you diagnose internal variability. And I think it assumes that the models you correctly do the forced response. But if that's not true, let's say they underestimate it, as there's some evidence that they do, then the role of internal variability might not be quite as big as your analysis. So I think a really key thing that we need to do as a community is work out, what is the true forced response in the real world.
Yeah, good question. Yeah. So here, when I show that the internal variability account for 80% of the total uncertainty, so the total uncertainty is estimated based on the CMIP5 and the CMIP6 combined together, 129 simulations. So it's a combination of model uncertainty and internal variability. But we do see, if you look at like individual years, like a time series, we do see sometimes the internal variability uncertainty about the internal variability estimated based on the large ensemble simulations could be above the total uncertainty. So it really speaks to that we, like you said, yeah, we need a better estimate of this total uncertainty, right? So the simulations potentially has some limitation in estimating that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that. I don't see more questions at the moment, but we still have the next couple of days to discuss. So next up is Jerry. Please take over the screen.
All right. Thanks. So I want to acknowledge collaborators on this work, Ben Kurtman, Sasha from NCAR, Hyan is now at PNNL, Doug, of course, the Hadley Center, Met Office, Steve at NCAR, Bill Merrifield at CCCMA, and Paco Douglas Reyes at BSC in Barcelona. So I'm going to talk a little bit about initialization method, also related to model bias, drift, and trends, and how that relates to S2D, seasonal to decadal initialized climate predictions, and look a little bit at some preliminary results comparing CSM1 and E3SM V1. So we've heard a little bit about initialization methods. Feiyu is talking about this quite a bit. I'm going to talk about, there's many ways to initialize these S2D hindcasts. I've listed 4 of them here, just as 4 examples that people use. And they're ranked based on cheapest to most expensive. So the brute force method, which Ben Kurtman has kind of pioneered, you basically just take a reanalysis product like the CFS reanalyses for ocean and atmosphere, and take that as your representation of observations and interpolate that to the model grid. Just put the observations right into the model and start running from there. That's your initial state. So that's obviously the cheapest method. There's various kinds of nudging methods that people use where you relax the model state to reanalysis products or some other observational source. That's a little more expensive. The so-called hindcast initialization is what we've been using at NCAR for a while now. You run the ocean model through 5 cycles of time evolving observed forcing from the atmosphere for 20th and early 21st century. And then by the time you get through the 5th cycle, you've imprinted enough of the observed state from the atmosphere into the upper ocean. And then you take that 5th cycle as your initial states for your initialized hindcasts. And this is sometimes called the Forced Ocean Sea Ice, or FOSSI acronym, which is what I'm going to be referring to that as. And then what's been called by some as the Cadillac of initialization. This is coupled data assimilation. This is the most expensive, of course, but this is where you assimilate all available observations in the atmosphere and ocean into the model. And I'm going to be showing results from a couple of these methods in this talk today. So just to illustrate what we've been talking about in another kind of way, model error, bias, and drift. And this is just for the DPLE, showing, in this case, globally average surface temperature. The black line is observations, which would represent in some way your observed initial state, or should be somewhere close to the observed initial state. And each of these dots represents a 40-year or 40 member ensemble average for the drifts, as the model drifts. So the dark blue dots are the year 1 drift, and then as the dots go from lighter blue to red, you get all the way up to the year 10 drift. So you can see a couple things from this. First of all, the drifts are pretty big and they're pretty rapid. So in the first few years, you get a lot of drift. Another thing you see is that they kind of converge, the drifted states all converge on this green line, which is the uninitialized free running model from the large ensemble. So that indicates that the initialized model states want to drift toward this kind of systematic error state that is in the large ensemble. And that kind of puts you in this kind of model climatology mode for the longest lead year drifts. The other thing you can see here is that the trend in the initial states represented by the observations, in this case for this model, is different than the trend in the drifted states. And so that introduces a number of different problems, because what you want to do is you want to assess skill in these hindcasts. And to do that, you need to calculate anomalies somehow to compare the anomalies from your predictions to the anomalies from the comparable observations. And so the way you calculate these anomalies can be affected by model drift and bias. And so you can imagine that if you are taking a climatology of the model drifted states, which is somehow these red dots down here in this red line, and you take the average over the entire length of the climatology, in this case for the DPLE, it's 62 years, your average state is going to be represented by somewhere what the climate was around 1990. So if you're evaluating a drifted prediction out here in the more recent time period, and you're comparing it to the model climatology for that drifted period, which is representative conditions back here, your difference, your anomaly, is going to have a lot of the trend in it. So you're going to get some skill just from the trend, and you're going to get that same kind of thing for hindcasts that are early in the time period. So that's one kind of factor, that these difference in trends can actually affect how you evaluate the anomalies with which you are computing skill. Now, this is not as big a problem for the S2S timescales, because a lot of times those hindcasts are only going over maybe an 18-year period. So this is only kind of this time period here, so you have less of an effect of the trends. The S2I, like the NMME project, is kind of a 30-year time period going back into here, so that's still not as big a problem that you get for the trends. But for the S2D, for the 62-year period for the DPLE, for example, you can see that you do get more of an effect from the trends here. So what are these biases? And I'm calling bias here just the initial difference that's between the initial state of the model and the initial state of the observations. And this is for the DPLE, and these are for all the November 1st start dates. And this, I'm just looking at this 1979 to 2010 period because the SSTs we're using here are higher quality in that time period, but it's pretty much the same for all the different time periods that we'll see in a second. But already, and you can imagine that this is the difference between FOSSI, the forced ocean sea ice, and the brute force method, because by construction, the brute force method is basically the observed state on the initial date. But you can already see here in the FOSSI differences, the biases are pretty big already. And this is just a reflection of model systematic errors because you've not constrained the model in the FOSSI method to go to the observed state. You're just imprinting the observations from the observed forcing from the atmosphere with the idea that you're going to have some of the systematic errors in the initial states, and maybe your biases or your drifts won't be as large that way. But you can see that you see these familiar systematic errors. You're getting warmer than observed SSTs up the west coast of the continents, up to maybe a degree centigrade. Getting some cooler SSTs here in some of the kind of subtropics and subtropical areas, warmer than observed in the tropical Indian Ocean. Getting this kind of zonal banded structure here in the Southern Ocean, suggesting that maybe the Antarctic circumpolar current isn't quite well represented. So anyway, that's kind of what the initial bias looks like in the FOSSI method. And I've reproduced that panel here in the upper left. And if you're looking at just the drifts now, this is the drifts from the early period, excuse me, from 1955 to 75 for the first month, the first year, the third year, the fifth year, and the seventh year. This is the drift for the kind of the later period from 1980 to 2010. And this is the difference between the early and the late time periods. So if you look at just the first month, it looks a lot like the initial date because it hasn't drifted a whole lot. By the time you get to the first year and the third year, you're starting to see these pattern of drifts is setting up here, which is again representative of the systematic errors in the model. Kind of cooler than observed SSTs in the Northwest Pacific and the subtropical Atlantic, some cooler than observed SSTs in the Equatorial Pacific. And as this goes along to year 7, the colors are getting a little darker, indicating the anomalies are getting bigger, but the pattern pretty much is pretty stable. So this is a pretty stable systematic error pattern. You see the same kind of a pattern emerge in this second time period. If you do the difference between the early and the late time periods, you can see that you're getting a kind of a preponderance of kind of warm SSTs that kind of go to more cooler SSTs. And this is because, as we saw in the earlier plot, the drifts towards negative temperatures is bigger in the early time period. So if you take an early minus late time period, you're getting bigger negative anomalies as you get farther out in your in higher lead years. So this gets down to this question of how you compute anomalies with which you compute or assess skill of these initialized hindcasts. This is a pretty fundamental kind of thing. And we see that there may be some issues with how this is done. It may give you, it may be good to understand exactly what's involved with this. Kind of the more typical way of doing this is you take the forecast year differences from a drifted model climatology. And this has been kind of suggested to be used for the DCPP. But as I noted earlier, the trends in the drift introduce enhanced skill estimates for earlier and later in the hindcast period due to the trend coming into play in these S2D large ensembles. You can do something that we did in these earlier kinds of estimates, and this is kind of related to a little bit to what Fei-Yu is doing, is you try to bias correct your drifted states back to the observations or close to the observations, and then compute your anomalies compared to the previous 15 years of the observations. And this removes or takes out some of the effects of these trends, but you can also then introduce skill if the low frequency variability in the observations is large, greater than the hindcasts on timescales greater than this 15-year retrospective period you're computing the climatology over. And we're suggesting that maybe another way of doing this would be to combine the positive elements of these first two. You take the model climatology from the previous 15 years of each hindcast, so you don't have the big effects of the trends, but you're using the model drifted model states, so you don't have the effects of the previous 15 years from the observations. So if you look to see how these actually look, this is looking at a prediction we made in this paper we published in 2016. This was actually a prediction for an IPO transition. We had in this case, it was the CCSM4 initialized in 2013. We were looking at this 2015 to 2019 time periods. We published this paper before the prediction actually verified. So we were kind of out on a limb here. And this is the verifying prediction, and this is the observations for that prediction. And you can see that indeed the IPO did transition to a positive phase. This was the prediction actually that looked very similar to the CCSM4, and this was actually the CESM1 prediction from the DPLE. So that was a fairly good prediction. We had a very high pattern correlation of 0.82. If you did the entire model climatology, you see that there's a lot of red colors here. So you're obviously getting some effects of the warming trend over this time period and computing the same way in the observations. And as a result, you get a pretty high pattern correlation, almost 0.9. If you use this other method where you take the previous 15 years of the model climatology, you get a bit lower pattern correlation, but you still get this kind of transition to the positive phase of the IPO. It's a little bit lower because you don't have the effects of the trend, and you don't have any effects of the low frequency variability in the observations. You can see if you look at the persistence from the negative phase of the IPO that was in the before this 2015 transition, the model did seem to have some skill for getting that kind of a transition. So we got a couple of different initialization methods and a couple of different models. We can actually try to assess the effects of the drift in two different models using two different initialization methods. We're going to use the 1 degree version of the CSM. This is the DPLE version, and the E3SM version 1. It's also a 1 degree class Earth system model. The atmospheric models in the CSM1 and E3SM are related to each other. They're not largely different. The biggest difference in these two models is in the ocean. So CSM1 is the POP2 ocean, E3SM V1 has the MPAS variable resolution ocean. So we can see how model dependent the drifts are in these two different models. So these are results that are in progress. We're in the process of running these right now, at least for these three, the CSM1 brute force, E3SM FOSSI, and E3SM brute force. That's why they're asterisks here. The CSM1 FOSSI is the DPLE, so we have plenty of members there. We're going to subsample the DPLE to make them more directly comparable to what we've got from these other three categories. So far, we have 4 start years with 5 ensemble members each. We're still running these, so we're going to get more hindcast to add another 6 start years, so we'll have a total of 10 start years. You can see we're doing just 5 ensemble members. We've already heard how you'd like to have more ensemble members than that, but this is a little bit of an experiment to see if we can learn something using fewer start years with more variations. So you don't have to run an entire DPLE for every initialized hindcast, and we treat this as a sensitivity experiment. So you'd actually, it wouldn't be an exhaustive evaluation of hindcast skill. This would just be to give you an indication of what the models are doing in a sensitivity experiment context. So just to look at how these are drifting, just to give an idea of how these are doing, the first column is going to be the CSM1 brute force method, E3SM brute force, the CSM1 FOSSI and E3SM FOSSI. The 2 brute force methods, and that, by the way, this RMS error is these numbers here in the upper left. You have, of course, less error because you're closer to the initial state. This is the first month, average over the first month. So the colors are lighter here, the anomalies are lighter, so you have lower error compared to the 2 FOSSI cases. And you already see that there's differences between the CSM1 FOSSI and the E3SM FOSSI in the first month. If you go to the first year average, now of course the errors are growing and these patterns are starting to set up. So you can see that the E3SM brute force and the E3SM FOSSI are now looking more similar. The errors are still bigger here in the E3SM FOSSI because you're still getting some effect from the initial state from the brute force. Somewhat different patterns between the CSM1 FOSSI and the CSM1 brute force. If you go to the 3rd year, now you can see that there's some interesting differences between the CSM1 brute force and the CSM1 FOSSI, or at least for this small sample size. But the E3SM brute force and FOSSI has really settled into a pretty stable error pattern with very similar RMS errors. And this is the same with year 5. Again, the E3SM is pretty stable. It's become established with this kind of systematic error pattern with kind of warmer tropics, cooler in the Northwest and Southwest Pacific, cooler in the North Atlantic and some areas of the South Atlantic. So the conclusion, at least the heavily caveated conclusion, because we're still running these, but the brute force, of course, has smaller drifts initially in month 1 and year 1, pretty much by construction. But by year 3 and year 5, at least in the E3SM, there's similar magnitude and patterns of drifts in the brute force and FOSSI. And there's some interesting differences in CSM1, and really interesting to see as we get more ensemble members if those actually kind of hold up. So just to summarize this part of this talk, the model drifts that represent model errors, probably the biggest challenge we face in initialized prediction today. And that's because these drifts with their associated bias can introduce different trends and uncertainties in how you calculate anomalies, which then goes into how you assess the skill of these initialized S2D predictions. We looked at 3 different methods of calculating these anomalies and showed that they all had various issues associated with them. So it's good to keep in mind what those issues are that seem to be especially acute for the S2D timescales where you have much longer climatologies. And we looked at the 2 Earth system models with 2 initialization methods. And we showed that at least with the E3SM, by year 3 and year 5, you get a very similar magnitude and patterns of drifts to the brute force, but some interesting differences remain with CSM1. I just wanted to show one more slide here to kind of segue into the breakout group discussions. You can imagine that maybe you could look at if resolution would help reduce some of the model biases and drifts. And if that was the case, if increased resolution did help reduce the model drifts, could you better predict motor variability such as the IPO? So this is a project that we got going in collaboration with Ben Kirkman, University of Miami, the Catalyst team at NCAR, and the CSM, the IHESP team that's based at NCAR with other collaborators elsewhere in the US and in China. We've gotten some ALCC time to run E3SM version 1 at high res, and we've got the IHESP simulations with CSM 1.3 at high res. High res defined as a kind of a quarter degree class Earth system model with relatively high resolution in the oceans, in the impasse and the POP ocean in both these model configurations. So far, we're planning and trying to run the E3SM V1 for initially just 3-year hindcasts with 5 start years using the brute force initialization method. And the quarter degree CSM 1.3, the IHESP version, have every other year hindcast. So you have 9 start years with November 1st initializations using the FOSSI initialization method with 5-year runs and 10-member ensembles. And of course, we'd like to run more as we get into this with E3SM V1, but we just got this allocation with ALCC, so that'll be how we start. The idea being we want to compare these analogous 1 degree initialized hindcasts with these high resolution versions to see if you actually reduce the drift, if you hopefully have a better quality simulation at higher resolution. And then compare these hindcasts at a quarter degree with the 1 degree versions to see if you see any changes, to assess changes in hindcast skill of a motor variability like the IPO. So thanks.
Thank you so much. Any question for Jerry? There's something from Chris Roberts. Chris, do you want to say something? Okay,
just,
maybe
sorry, I am here. It's just a quick question. Is there a risk of overfitting when you're trying to tune exactly how you calculate your anomalies from these decadal reforecasts? Because you've not got that many decades or samples to choose from.
Yeah, I think the problem is with any way you compute anomalies, when you have big drifts in the model simulations, there's going to be problems doing it, right? And there's unless you had a really good model or you have a different way of doing the bias adjustment. So, Feiyu was talking about you basically bias adjust the ocean part of it and run the coupled model and do your predictions that way. And then you're closer to your observed initial states and you compute your anomalies that way, or you do it with some kind of model climatology that's drifted and then you have to do that. So it's not that you're fitting it so much as you're just calculating anomalies with which to try to assess skill. So it comes down to, and it always comes down to how much skill do you have in these hindcasts, and the skill measures that you have in your hindcasts that builds credibility for whether or not you can predict or believe predictions you make with these forecast systems. So these are kind of methodological, kind of nuts and bolts kinds of things that make a big difference with how you end up interpreting skill and how you decide whether or not these are useful things to apply to various applications and stakeholder communities.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. So Gökhan, you can take over now.
Thank you. Yep, I'll share my screen quickly. So I just wanted to provide a short guidance for the breakout groups that we are going to have tomorrow. But I think it's not just tomorrow, essentially. I know that at least one of the working groups started discussions earlier. So please feel free to start the discussions and fill out the Google Doc forms. So as I indicated this morning, the specific workshop topics that are naturally interrelated are listed here. There are two of them: impacts of model errors, biases, and resolution on predictability, including ARC and aerosol-cloud interactions that can limit predictability, and also signal-to-noise ratio, or the paradox, and role of large ensembles. So to maybe provide some focus for the breakout groups, we came up with these 4 questions, but I mean, please feel free to essentially add more, but without sort of diluting the topic or without essentially expanding it further. So the questions that we pose to the working groups for discussion purposes to get the discussions going are given here. How can we demonstrate aspects of the impacts of model biases and resolution on limiting predictability? And we have seen some examples of these this morning. Relatedly, what are the limits on predictability of, say, extreme events that arise from model fidelity issues? And again, this came up this morning. How can we make meaningful contributions to furthering our understanding of the signal-to-noise ratio, or the paradox? And what is the role of initialized and uninitialized large ensembles in these efforts? And you can add more questions if you like. So what are the expected outcomes from the breakout groups and essentially from this workshop? We would like to get hopefully 1 or 2 specific studies that can be undertaken by the modeling centers collaboratively, and primarily using existing simulations to address identified topics. And the timeline of the project would be about 1 year before I mean, ideally it would be completed by next year before we have the summit again. And that's the reason, given that the timeline is relatively short, I mean, that's my personal thinking, is that I'm not quite sure if all the modeling centers who wish to participate in a collaborative study would have enough time to run new experiments. So that's why I indicated that maybe existing simulations. But again, this is going to be discussed. And ideally, we would like to have 1 and maybe perhaps 2 collaborative publications that will be coming out of this joint effort. And just to stress, we would like to make sure that this collaborative effort is in line with the modeling, what the modeling centers would like to do. And we would like to make sure that it's done in a collaborative way, hopefully across all 6 US modeling centers. So with that, the breakout groups are requested to record their discussions in Google Docs as much as possible. And we have set up, well, I'll come back to that in a second, 5 breakout groups, and each breakout group has its own Google Doc. And I know that the breakout group number 1 has already started discussions, I think, last week. And after your breakout group ends tomorrow, if you can send me 1 to 2 slide summary presentations by either Tuesday evening or Wednesday morning is fine, And then each breakout group will be reporting their sort of summary slides also Wednesday afternoon. So this is the plan. The breakout groups will have their discussions for about an hour plus Tuesday afternoon. This is in addition to, of course, as I said, please feel free to reach out to your breakout group members, which I'm going to list in a few minutes, and then start the discussion. And then breakout groups will report back 5 minutes each roughly. We have 5 breakout groups with 1 to 2 slides Wednesday afternoon. And then we'll have a plenary discussion sort of to narrow down what we get from the breakout groups as future work, or to sort of the one that I identified as 1 to 2 research topics that can be undertaken. So this is the breakout group that I have, or groups that I have, and it is based on the registrations as of like 8 a.m. Mountain Time this morning. I know that there are a few other registrants came in after that. I can modify it. And we have 5 breakout groups, and the people listed in bold here have already graciously agreed to lead the discussions as the breakout leads. And then please stick with your breakout groups because I tried to mix and match to the extent possible different modeling center representatives that are participating in this workshop. And the working groups or breakout groups rather are supposed to choose a rapporteur for their sort of to take notes and then present their 1 to 2 slides Wednesday afternoon. And with that, I don't have anything else to say, but let me see. Yaga, do you have a question?
I do. So you mentioned that the paper should be by modeling 6 US modeling centers, but in our breakout groups, we have people from the UK, for example. How are those centers? Are they expected to participate, and in what capacity?
Well, I mean, I think there's only 1 or 2, well, actually 2 people, I think, from the UK, and there are invited guests, and they are free to participate, or they are welcome to participate if they wish to. But the primary goal is to make sure that we have participation of, to the extent possible, all US centers. But our other collaborators or participants of this workshop are more than welcome to join.
Also the papers?
Yes, yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a more general question to think about how we started today with the presentation from Anna-Rita and then the comments from Gary that was just talking about the overall direction of predictability that they are planning to go. And I have 2 questions. Like one question is more like how they actually try to do that. I mean, do I understand? I mean, it sounds what they described is like a lot of discussion rounds and brainstorming and white paper writing at the moment. But is that planned to go then the regular funding way through the agencies of the program managers that are here that then will set up programs that will focus on that topic? Is that the way this is planned to go?
I think, well, maybe a program manager can answer that question essentially. My thinking is that, Renu, maybe you want to answer that?
Yes, and just like we did in the past few years, we are willing to consider funding of activities as relevant. So there will be some funding provided from the agencies to enhance this capability. It's minimal, but something, if needed, will be there.
Yeah, but I was wondering about the bigger picture, because what I understood from this morning was a little bit aspirational and in the planning stage, but I don't really understand how it would be put into action and influence what type of work we do here in the centers, because a lot of what was discussed is what people are already doing. But how would would, I mean, maybe this is even too early to ask, but what kind of initiatives would be envisioned that would go into this direction? And I'm asking that now because maybe from this workshop, what we would come up with could already be a first step in one of these directions.
Mm-hmm. I think initiatives from agencies is above my pay grade. So if Gary, Anjali, Jack K, others want to comment, that's the thing is every agency will have its own way of advancing things. So it's difficult to talk about the big picture. The big picture is going to be made up of a lot of small activities right now, I think. I don't know whether Gary or Anjali are able to comment on it.
I think Gary is not here, and I'm not sure whether Angela is here, but I'll leave it up to her. I mean, Suzanne, just to partially answer your question also, as you saw this morning, this report that's on the screen right now contains so many goals with quite a few objectives that I listed 5 here from this goal. And then there's also the opportunities that are listed. So our workshop is addressing a few of the bullet points here. So we are just essentially touching on a few things and not the broader picture. And Anjali, I see Anjali. Anjali, you want to comment?
I am here. Yes, in the Earth system predictability, I missed the morning session at 11 to noon. I had something else. I'm sorry I missed it. I'm not sure what Anna Rita presented, but if she spoke about, did she speak about the type 1 activities?
She spoke about mostly this report essentially and the goals and the opportunities.
Right. But there was also an internal discussion on what, some of the activities that would move ahead in fiscal year 22. And as you mentioned, Gokhan, they are quite wide, they are quite broad. And, if the question is there going to be a specific solicitation, an interagency solicitation on this narrow list of topics that you have, I would say that there has been no conversation on that as of now. This is more a kind of workshop to, highlight what are the issues, and then, people submit to various agencies, or perhaps have agencies co-funding and co-reviewing and doing things in a collaborative way. So that's the usual process that we have.
Thank you, Anjali. Yaga?
Yeah, I put a note in the chat, but we started we're breakout group 1, writing down the existing simulations that are initialized from each modeling center. And maybe it's just a good place to keep them, because if you want to have something done in a year and we don't know going into the breakouts tomorrow what everybody has, maybe it would be helpful. So for example, some centers don't have subseasonal and seasonal predictions. They may only have decadal. So then if you want to do a paper on subseasonal, you're not going to have enough simulations and modeling centers. So if it's helpful, if it's at the bottom of breakout group 1 document.
Any questions? I know that my original intent was essentially keep each breakout group to less than 10 people to the extent possible. But with the sort of last minute registrations that we received, which is perfectly fine, the number went up to about 12 to 13, but I think it's still manageable per breakout group. And I'm not sure everybody will participate in the discussions in any case. So I think we'll be okay. And please, feel free to start now, essentially. Don't wait till tomorrow. And maybe if people start typing in or whatever, providing their ideas with respect to these questions that we posed, and maybe the discussion tomorrow can narrow down those things quickly.
Hi, Gokhan, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Bao.
Yeah.
So I'm going to set up a different Zoom meeting for different working groups?
That's correct. Yeah, everybody is going to be within the same Zoom. And when the breakout group time comes, Todd, who's helping us from the NCAR side, will essentially direct people to their breakout groups with the list that he has. Exception is the program managers. We have special instructions for them that I mailed on Wednesday. That was actually included in my email on Wednesday. So they are being made as co-hosts, and they can essentially move from one breakout group to another as they wish.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yaga, your hand is still up from previous one.
Oh yeah, sorry.
And just to reiterate, hopefully, I mean, Susanna and I were quite surprised that when we sent that maybe a longer list of topics to discuss during this workshop to the Modeling Center leads and representatives, at the end, from all groups, we received literally pretty much a unified sort of response indicating that these two topics or these two bullet items that are listed here were the ones that they wanted to see discussed during this workshop. So I'm hoping that there's going to be hopefully a consensus emerging from the breakout group discussions, and one, perhaps two topics will be identified, sort of bringing modeling centers together in coordinated analysis of existing simulations, or perhaps proposing simulations.
Hi, Gökhan.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
For the different breakout groups, do you have a theme associated with each group?
Do I have what?
A theme, a subject topic, a topic of discussion for each
no,
group.
each working group is supposed to discuss the same 4 questions, and they can add additional ones if they wish to. So,
I see.
Because it's mixing and matching everybody together, so I don't want to provide different questions for each working group, each breakout group.
Okay, thanks for clarification.
Okay, if there are no other questions, so please, working group, I keep saying working group, breakout leads, if they can reach out to their breakout groups and start the discussion as soon as possible, that'll be really great. And then we'll convene at 11 o'clock again, Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow, continuing with the Modeling Center updates with NOAA EMC, I believe. Okay. With that, thank you everybody for joining today. And then we'll see everybody tomorrow at 11 o'clock Eastern Time.
Yes,
Anything
thank
else?
you, Gökhan.
Yeah.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.